who submitted to the spatial plan seem to have been taken seriously. And I have a few ideas about what council might do about that in future, which is to take notice of people who are seriously concerned about the livability of the city we live in. I've lived in Sydney for 6 years and I know what's happened to the inner western Sydney.
Okay, I'm just going to wait until... Kia ora everyone, my name's Tamitha Paul. I'm a City Councillor for Pukehina Lambton Ward. Nice to see you all this morning. So the way that this corridor is going to run is we have got 5 submitters here today. I think and Sam is not able to make it. So basically these are forums, so they're designed to be a bit more interactive than the traditional hearings where you have your 15, 14 councillors and mayor who listen to your submission. So in these forum settings, they're set up to be a bit more conversational and a bit more interactive. So what will happen is each of you will get 5 minutes to speak. Even if you're representing an organisation, it's still 5 minutes because that's the way the forums are set up. And after everyone has had a turn at speaking, councillors and participants might have questions for each other on the substance of your submission, and we've got access to your written submissions as well. So yeah, and the purpose of these are to try and kind of, I guess, expose people to other points of views about the topics that we're hearing about and get that conversation going, as opposed to people just having their slot and speaking and then leaving. Yeah, so let me know if you have any questions in the chat. And the order we will go in is Peter, and then Mark, and then Hedda, and then Conrad. And we are going to start off with Peter. So Peter's submission is on page number 31. And Peter, you've got 5 minutes to speak to your submission, and we'll let you know when you've got a minute left. Cool, thank you.
Thank you. So I was sort of hoping that we would have the mayor here because he's a local, and I know he knows the area that I'm from, but I'm sure you guys have some background knowledge. So I probably won't use my full 5 minutes. I think it'd be good to have more of a discussion sort of thing. So my written submission is very focused on a few issues that specifically affect my block of land, but I think it would be useful to sort of make some broader comments in this setting. So the very specific submissions were just to do, conceptually, really just to do with both the time, the point in time at which the SNAs were assessed, and whether or not the built environment as it is at the time that the new plan comes into effect, or as close to it as possible, should be taken into account. And I see that Adam has said in chat that there have been additional visits and additional updates since the initial identification exercise. And so I think that for fairness and even in an administrative law sense, defensibility of the decision making, it is important that where landowners have provided updated information, that is utilised to set SNAs based on rational criteria based on the latest available information, rather than just being a point in time. And the second thing is about the resolution of the exercise. So I'm in a rather unusual situation in that my block of land is residential zoned, but from the point of view of an ecologist, it's just sort of a part of a swathe of green stuff that runs all the way from Wilton and Wilton Bush all the way down to Parkvale Road. And so I have some sympathy that from an ecologist's perspective, it makes sense to say, oh yeah, there may be a few hundred square meters in there of paddock, but that paddock is sort of surrounded by bushy stuff, and so those few hundred square meters should just be lumped in as part of the SNA. Well, I think that isn't an appropriate resolution to undertake the exercise in a residential area. A few hundred square meters is obviously bigger than some residential sections in Wellington. And so I think it is important to do the assessment of the SNAs, taking into account the planning context, and in particular in this case it's the residential zone. So those are the very specific points that relate to my section. More broadly, I just want to emphasize something which I'm sure you see all the time in the media, but you might perhaps think that it doesn't apply to your wonderful city council. The concept that every time discretion is left in the district plan, my experience is, sorry, Adam, but that planning staff will use the discretion to impose their own particular views as the way things should be. And it seems to me that we do need to have limited criteria that can be taken into account whenever possible. And the difficulty is, I understand that there is difficulty that when you're dealing with larger developments, that there's a tendency to want everything to be unrestricted because issues are complex. But the result of that is that we end up with outputs such as the experience that I had when I went through a pre-application meeting for my section back in early 2020, where I had council staff telling me that it wouldn't be acceptable to put in housing that looked like housing in Narrow Valley because it was Karori and that things needed to look like Karori. And that's just not legitimate. And we need, if we leave in unrestricted discretion, that sort of thing will creep in. Now, part of that council can drive just by setting really clear guidelines through the chief executive and getting buy-in for the fact that, you know, petty abuses of decision-making authority, of decision-making won't be tolerated. And that is a cultural change to some extent, but you can also, through the district plan, actually formally restrict what is permitted as a decision-making criteria. So I think I support the changes to greater intensification. They run against my economic interests because lower intensification would probably suit my economic interests better. I've spent a lot of time in European cities. I think there are a lot of dense built forms on a wide range of landscapes which we can be inspired by. And I think that it's really important to allow the market to experiment and come up with, you know, even strange quixotic proposals. It's not going to be a major problem that developers build things that nobody is willing to rent. You know, rents can come down. Maybe a developer will want to build something which is really strange, and as a result, property prices in that area will be really low because it's built really strangely. That is not something that the council needs to be deeply concerned about, provided that infrastructure and other needs are met. So allow experimentation, allow 1,000 flowers to bloom, and yeah, the overall thrust towards densification I support. Thank you.
Cool, thank you, Peter. And just let you run over time there, but that's all good. We don't have Sam here today, so no worries if you all run over time, but don't go too much over time. So next we've got Mark. Kia ora, Mark. You've got about 5 minutes, a little bit longer if you need, to speak to your submission. Thank you.
Kia ora, and thank you for the opportunity. My submission is quite limited in its extent. It's particularly focused on the areas of of natural significance, and it is particularly around the restrictions which are placed on the areas of natural significance. We, just a bit of background on my particular situation, we have a 1.7 hectare lifestyle block in Takapu Valley. When we came up here, we moved an old house up here 20 years ago. You can see from the background of my picture that I'm in that old house right at the moment. And when we arrived, there was just a bit of mainly mahaui in the gully, and a few other, there was a little bit of red matapo there, and there was one pukatia. We have planted extensively for the last 20 years, and what we've been building is effectively a hillside native bush garden. And I have planted, I said in my submission, over 2,000 trees. That's probably a significant underestimate. I've planted extensively, and I've planted particularly for the birds. And I have done a lot of predator control in the bush area. And I've planted mostly, not exclusively, but mostly local trees that were indigenous to the local area. Now I've got tracks through that area. I'm about to retire. I've been planting extensively because I want to actually build that area just as a hillside garden. And under the restrictions that were described in the letter, I found it a little hard to find the details in the plan itself, but in the restrictions described in the letter, the restrictions on my ability to maintain that block would be awful, actually. I wouldn't be able to trim any trees that block my, I mean, it talks about maintaining tracks for public access. Well, I don't particularly want public access through my personal little garden. It talks about not being able to cut back native trees, but only exotic trees. I planted large trees too close together, and depending on which ones have done well in different environments, I have been thinning them out a bit. I've got areas where there's a beautiful view down through the stream area. It's a typical Wellington little gully. And as the views get blocked, I've just trimmed off some lower branches from the mahui around that would be prohibited. I planted 5 beech in one area, and I discovered a number of years later, after they'd grown to quite a size, that Muehlenbeckia had grown up and it actually choked 3 of them so that they died. And the Muehlenbeckia was across virtually, I would say, 70 to 80% of the bush in that area. And we went through and cut that back, and it was killing off the trees. I wouldn't be allowed to do that under the proposed plan. I'm actually very supportive of the objective. And the objective is to provide those corridors for fauna and to restore wherever we can the native bush that was indigenous to the area. And I've been doing exactly that. But to actually be unable to just occupy my lifestyle garden in the way that I've built it for 20 years would be unreasonable. And so if the areas of special natural significance are actually to be put in place, the rules around them need to be lightened for people that are in my situation.
That's really helpful. Thank you, Mark. So next we are going to move on to Heather for your submission. So you've got just around 5 minutes to speak to your submission. Yeah, kia ora.
Kia ora. I live in the Aro Valley. I grew up in Mount Victoria when Mount Victoria was a suburb dominated by immigrants and students. And I then went and lived in the UK for 25 years and Australia for 5 years in Sydney. So I've experience of living in a number of very different cities, including Birmingham as well as London. I'd like to say that sorry, I'm just managed to go to the wrong apologies.
That's okay, take your time.
Right, sorry, I've just managed to do something entirely by accident, which is really unfortunate. Yeah, look, I think that at the moment we've got an extraordinary city. It's walkable, it's environmentally friendly, it's got a mixed economy with a whole range of different people, more council housing than anywhere else in New Zealand, heritage housing and a lot of mainly low-rise housing. We're lucky enough to have a very large town belt. I do not think we can solve the problems of demand for housing by building the kind of high-rise housing that has been rejected where it was built widely in cities like London or Birmingham or Sydney. In other words, in large parts of the English-speaking world. There are examples of cities where high-rise housing has been successful. Vancouver is one of them. They had an extraordinary planner called Larry Beasley, who developed a form of high-rise housing that included concern about view shafts, concern about what was happening at street level, and the entry so that streets remained walkable and there was a lot happening. I don't see in the spatial plan at the moment any of that kind of nuancing our ideas about high rises that are going to make that possible. We seem to have an attitude as a city that as a city council, that developers will save us. That is not what happens. When you let developers have free will, you get very bland, you get the housing they make the most money out of. And that is not necessarily the housing that works for the city. So what I'd like to say is that if I look specifically at Aro Valley, I see a lot of raising of height limits in areas such as very deep shady valleys like Devon Street or Norway Street or Holloway Road or Apuni Street, where that housing is going to be unlivable within a few decades. It is going to be the kind of housing that people in poverty live in because no one else wants it. So what I would like to say is I think that the brownfield densification, I've lived in an area for 15 years that was undergoing densification through the use of brownfield sites. We have an extraordinary number of brownfield sites in Wellington. I think we can use those sites. I think we can have a spatial plan where we've got concern for things like view shafts as well as sun, where we've got concern for the reality of the very particular cold and windy and wet Wellington climate, so that we're not putting a lot of houses into areas where it's not really going to work. Anybody who's lived in Holloway Road knows that, you know, that is an area where you've really got to be clear about how you live, and you've got to have enough money to live there in comfort. You can't just whack up some huge building and expect it to be livable. I'd like to say that, to conclude by saying that the other thing we've got in this city is an incredibly diverse arts community, which depends to some extent on on affordable housing. I don't think that we can necessarily ensure that things like that are maintained. There's a very long-term historical shift into the inner cities from the suburbs, which has been taking place. We're trying to reverse some of that. We're trying to reverse the push towards cities being designed around cars, and Wellington has been, sorry, I'm trying to think of a polite way to say what has been done to Wellington in terms of making it a motorway city. So hopefully we're trying to reverse those things, but we can't do that by putting in a lot of what is seen as affordable high-rise housing. It's a much more complex need for rethinking the city. Thank you.
That was great timing. Thanks, Hedda. And finally, Conrad, if you're there, do you need help with your
I'm
camera?
here, but my video seems to have been on the blink, but that doesn't matter really.
Okay, yeah, no, that's cool. Okay, you've got 5 minutes to speak to your submission. Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a written submission and I won't speak to that. But the first thing I'd like to mention is that the occasional use by councillors of the word NIMBY, I find that incredibly insulting to a very large number of submitters who are concerned about creating a livable city and who have no personal gripe either way. They just want the whole city to be a livable city. And I suggest that councillors not use that term because I think it's insulting. The second thing is I'm with Hera virtually all the way, so don't want to say all that again, but I've spent 6 years in Sydney, about 5 years ago, watching what happens in both old working class areas. Erskineville was the one I was closest to in Newtown. If you were there and watched the high rises going up and the wind corridors increasing and the prices increasing, and watched the old working class people who lived there and disappearing off into the far west. Second two areas where there was massive amounts of high-rise building were both brownfields developments, and both of those are now quite appalling. They tend to be sold to younger people who are getting their money from overseas sources. They tend to remain empty in part because the money is speculative and all you get is prices going up. You don't get livable development by allowing the developers to determine the price. And of course, the developers do determine the price, and they will always have a cost plus approach to the. So 10 years ago, across the road from us, there was a tiny, tiny apartment, about maybe 50 square meters, 2 bedrooms, and it was 860,000 Australian dollars. That's what you get when developers do high rises. And I really do think that members of council should look at what has happened just across the ditch. It's only a few $100 to go over there. Take a tour and find out what the developers have done in the inner west of Sydney. Downtown Sydney is a different matter, but the inner west was almost entirely residential, with working class people who have now been driven to the far edges, hour-and-a-half train ride from the central city. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Conrad, for that submission. And that was also about on time. So that is everybody who's spoken to their submissions this morning. So thank you all so much for your submissions. And it was nice that there were different themes there and different areas of the district plan that you're focusing on. So we've got 3 councillors here today, myself, Councillor Matthews and Councillor Day. And Councillor Day just did a message in the chat to say she's got her camera off, but she's still there listening. So councillors, do you have any questions for any of the submitters this morning?
I have a question, or sort of a question, and maybe I can draw, I don't hate to draw Adam into the conversation so quickly, but I guess with Mark's comments, I mean, the advice we've been given is that things like trimming trees, that absolutely that is not going to be a problem with the SNAs, and that's not the intention or effect of what we're doing. So I'm interested to know, Mark, why you think it's that kind of extreme, and also maybe hear some response, because that's not the advice we're getting and that's not our intention. So if that is the case, we don't want to do that.
I'm happy to speak to that now. My submission was based on the letter that came from the Wellington City Council to me. I don't recall, and it was dated the 29th of October. I don't recall actually receiving anything prior to that. And I'm surprised about that, because this is not the sort of thing that I would have just discarded lightly. But when I read through it, there's a question asked in the letter, what are the new SNA rules proposed in the draft district plan? And there's a series of bullet points. The rules allow the trimming or removal of Indigenous vegetation within an SNA 4. And then it lists the things that you're allowed to trim or remove Indigenous vegetation for. And they're quite restrictive. Maintenance around existing buildings. Well, that's not going to apply when I've got a hectare of garden. Maintaining the operations of roads, rail and public access. Well, none of those apply. Maintaining, upgrading or creating new public walking or cycling tracks. Pest control and restoring plants. Fire mitigation, imminent threats to people or property, maintenance of fences, or tangata whenua for customary harvesting. Any other removal of Indigenous vegetation from an SNA would require a resource consent. Now, not one of those permitted areas would allow me to do anything to our bush.
There are very specific rules which are which I put a link to in chat, and my submission also addresses some of those very specific rules. So, for example, you can remove vegetation associated with farm access tracks. I presume you're rural zoned, Mark.
Yes.
So yeah, so there are some more specific rules there. But I mean, for example, Mark, if you planted mahui too close together, you may well be wanting to take out a mahui, and as I understand it, under the proposed rules, you wouldn't be able to take out a mahui which had a diameter of more than 30 centimeters, which doesn't take very long to get there.
If we talk about mahui, mahui is a rather extraordinary tree, and I have cut out off my paths probably 1,000 mahui.
Unfortunately, my sheep eat them.
And unfortunately, I took the sheep off the block when we bought it. And they are extraordinary. You cut them down and they coppice. So they're a very effective initial revegetation, but if you're wanting to do anything else with your block, they become a bit of a problem. And it's those sorts of things which I won't be able to do anything about.
It would be helpful if we could, so I made a specific suggestion that the mahui significant tree diameter move to 90 centimeters from 30 centimeters, and that's just because it does grow extraordinarily fast in the Wellington region. It seems like some of the information on mahui is a bit odd, but the information, the area in Wilton Bush and the adjacent area in Pūroro, I can't remember exactly what that's called, has lots of enormous mahui. And there are some really spectacular mahui in there, but I don't think there's any need to be protecting mahui on private land when it is so abundant and the bird life are constantly reseeding it.
Perhaps that's a good time for me to respond to what I've heard today. So confirming that we did receive a number of submissions that talked about how the rules are currently worded and their flexibility and scope in a sort of more domestic scale SNA. So those picked up on the comments that you guys have mentioned, that they aren't flexible enough to allow for thinning out of vegetation or the maintenance of private, for all intents and purposes, garden tracks and maintaining access to gardens. So that is something that we have heard from other submitters. The rules, and the standards that currently apply, you could say work better at a larger scale SNA, like in perhaps a rural residential kind of context, or even a more rural context. So that is something that we are looking at as we work our way through the submissions, and we will be providing some advice to councillors around how we think these provisions need to be tweaked to make them more workable, because of course we want them to be workable as well. And Councillor Matthews at the start of the session spoke to what our intention is, and our intention is to still allow that sort of stuff to occur. So yes.
Can you give any reassurance that policy ECOS 3, which is currently just for farm tracks in the rural zone, would also apply in the residential zone?
I can't comment on the specifics of that standard and how it might change through the analysis of submissions at this point. But as I say, we're looking to make the provisions more flexible and workable, including at that more domestic scale that you guys are both spoken to today.
And how about in the situation where there has sort of been a snapshot of the environment at the time of the initial assessment, whether or not events up to the current time will be taken into account?
So back in 2019, we started the backyard taonga process, and that's when we sent letters out to all of the owners of property who had an SNA identified, and that was based on the latest aerial imagery we had at that time. We've then offered over the past 3 years to come and do site visits with people and ground truth with the assistance of an ecologist, and I believe that has happened in your case as well, Peter. The boundaries. We won't be updating the aerial imagery totally in its entirety again. That the latest stuff that we've got is that which we've used in the draft district plan. So we're really looking at narrowing down and working with those owners on a case-by-case basis, like we've done up until this point, to trim those boundaries.
Well,
Awesome.
City
Thanks,
Council
Adam.
has actually has actually procured more recent aerial imagery.
I'm
So it
just
is
going to
available.
put a pause on that just because you're here to talk to councillors. It's not a Q&A with officers, and we are the decision makers at the end of the day. So we need to make sure that we're hearing what you're saying. So we're just going to stop that and go back to discussion.
Sorry, Cam, I dragged Adam into it.
All good, all good. So Mark, I had a question for you just from, I thought, first of all, the work that you've done on the planting was really awesome and inspiring. And I guess just from your view being in the Takapū Valley, are many of your neighbours or landowners in the Takapū Valley, do they have significant vegetation, and have you seen any of it be destroyed with this proposal, or have you seen any destruction before this plan becomes operative?
Simple answer is no, I haven't. I think you'll find that most people these days actually want to enhance the environment that they live in. And I'll just give an example. When we came here, there were very few birds around, apart from open farmland birds. We've now got, we've had resident bellbirds for many years, tui, wood pigeon, the kiraru, and I've had the odd kakariki come through, and people are excited by that. And so there's generally a desire to try and enhance the local area. I've not seen anybody get out there and destroy bush. Again, if you look at the, I think Takapū Valley is broken into 3 regions, lower, mid and upper. And there are clusters of SNAs in each of those. There are 6 in the mid Takapū Valley. If I look out my window, I can see a number of those, and a lot of them are high on a hillside or in a gully here or there. And they're just little stands tucked away in a bush gully, which is typical for a Wellington regeneration scene. In terms of my immediate neighbours, I've seen a lot of planting going on over the years.
Awesome, that's really, really good to hear. And I was also surprised to hear that you first heard from the council October last year, because I know that we've got our Backyard Taonga program that engaged with people with SNAs or, you know, designated SNAs quite early on to help them kind of navigate that system. And I wonder whether, not to bring you in, Adam, but whether
can I just make a comment there?
Yeah.
I would be surprised to have missed it, but that doesn't mean I didn't.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That might be.
So who knows? Who knows? I'm just pleased to have the opportunity to, at least to raise these points now, because as I say, I support the general thrust, but I think it needs to be made more workable.
Cool. That's really helpful. Hida, I guess oh no, Councillor Matthews.
I have a question. Unless you can. So I go first. I guess my question is to particularly to Hida and Conrad, but you know, Peter also touched on these issues. Is, you know, looking at what Auckland has done in their unitary plan, which has been in effect for some years now, and they have allowed more medium and high density housing, and actually compared to Wellington, there has been a lot of construction. And actually prices both for purchase and for rental have started to sort of flatten and come down. So what would be your response to that? I'm kind of interested in hearing a little bit more about what you would do to make sure that people have places to live and that they're affordable. I think the brownfields thing on its own, you know, it won't be enough, because it's privately owned land. It sort of requires perfection in terms of being able to acquire and build on those places. So yeah, that's just another.
I'd like to say that my father lived in inner city Auckland until 6 years ago. And so I'm very familiar, and we also lived in Ponsonby for a while when I was a child, when Ponsonby was a slum inhabited almost totally by immigrants. And, you know, if anyone knows Auckland you will know that Ponsonby is now an extremely expensive suburb. Ponsonby is almost a classic example of how radical change has happened in our inner cities in the last 50 years. What I'd like to say is that Auckland is becoming less livable. Auckland, the kinds of change and the kind of building that is taking place in Auckland is making it an much less pleasant city to live in. And to me, it's an example of the kinds of problems that you can create. I don't think that house prices may be flattening, but they're still extremely expensive for most low-income people. I don't think that house prices and flat prices are going to go anywhere back to a situation in which low-income people can afford decent housing in the inner city. There was a comment made by somebody about provincial cities, about how it would be a terrible thing if we drove people out to provincial cities. Well, 10 years ago, provincial cities were being called zombie cities. They were being talked about as dying. I think that if low-income people, low-income, largely middle-class people and low-income other people can get jobs in provincial cities and want to live in provincial cities, that's really great, because that is, over the last 2 years, we've seen a huge rise in house prices in the provinces as well, which is really problematic. I think that's going to have to be addressed at government level. What I'm trying to say in a very roundabout way is that I agree with you that we want more housing for low-income people. I think that's going to come through more council housing. I know there's lots of problems for Wellington City Council in producing more council housing, and I hope that the changes and the kinds of benefits that council tenants can receive, that government are persuaded to accept that. I don't think that the kind of high-rise building that is going on in Auckland and that could go on in Wellington and when was going on in London when I was living in London, I don't think that that is going to provide housing for low-income people, and I think it is really undermining the really wonderful qualities of Wellington. It would undermine the really wonderful qualities of Wellington that make it a desirable city to come into and work and to enjoy.
I moved into Aro Valley is the first time I moved into the Wellington City area, and I lived in absolutely miserable flat in Adams Terrace, which was, now, I mean, it's unavoidably cold and shady. It always will be cold and shady, but imagine at the moment that same house is still there. If it were demolished and replaced by a taller structure that met current building standards, then that would provide warmer, better housing for a greater number of people. Whoever's living there now is still going to be in cold, horrible housing, because if you're going to have housing in Adams Terrace, it's going to be cold, horrible housing unless it's built to modern standards. And it's only through allowing intensification that that building will be replaced.
Could I just say that I totally support intensification? I don't particularly think Adams Terrace is vile in a lot of places. The first time I ever bought a house, I was 21, I bought a house with 2 other people in Essex Street. It was freezing and unbelievably damp and so on. But we can do that by intensifying on a low rise basis, not by intensifying on the kind of very high-rise basis that's currently allowed in the spatial plan in many of those areas.
Hey, Hira, I just wondered whether I could respectfully challenge what you were saying around Ponsonby. So my grandmother grew up in Ponsonby as well, and you talked about how expensive it is nowadays, and I was up there in Tāmaki over summer. And from my perspective, the reason it's so expensive these days is because it's so heavily protected by planning rules, and the reason that Auckland is so expensive is because the poorest suburbs that are less, the least able to fight stand up to gentrification are not able to, and so they end up being gentrified. And so I guess that's my understanding of why the inner Auckland suburbs are so expensive, is because they're locked up by those planning regulations. So I was kind of interested to just get your thoughts around that.
Okay, so well, there's a thing that people say about roads, that they, for a long time, decades and decades, planners believed that you'd build more roads and you'd solve the problem of too many cars and traffic jams and slowing down and so on. Now, planners understand that if you build the roads, the cars will come. And I think that's what we're going to find out with the high-rise housing, that actually at this point in time, the inner cities are seen as highly desirable places to build. However much housing you build, the people will come. There is no limit on the population, no natural limit on the population who might want to live in desirable inner city areas at the moment. I don't think, and if you look at that at London, that's largely what's happening in London, is that as people want to move into the inner cities, as they see that being the place where jobs are, transport is easier and so on, all the things you guys are acknowledging in what you say, I think we're just going to create the kind of problems that have been created with motorways. You build the roads and the cars will come. So, and I also think that in the last 2.5 years, what we've seen with COVID, sorry, is it 2.5 or 2? It seems to have gone on forever. What we've really seen is that when we're put in a position where our employment patterns just aren't feasible, people can invent new approaches so that we've got, I'm not sure what I think about people working from home, but I think what we are getting is we're getting a lot more willingness to consider alternative ways of working that are going to take the focus, the employment focus, out of the inner city. And the reason I'm emphasizing that is I really share your concern that low-income people are pushed to the edge where they have long commutes, they have higher transport costs. I think the solution to that is actually for really intelligent planning to try and move employment, to try and encourage the other kinds of approaches to work that don't require that kind of commuting and that kind of focus on an inner city area. I mean, we've got a problem in Wellington with that because we want a vibrant inner city. We want an exciting inner city. But I think that in the long term, both things are going to be possible. What won't be possible is if we allow ourselves, the rugby sevens keeps coming into my mind. When I got back to Wellington in the early, I was here for a bit in 2010 to 11 and then back again in 2013. And I thought what was happening with rugby sevens was amazing. I thought we were going to have a carnival. We had this grassroots costume thing going on and people flooding in and flooding through the city, and it was incredible fun. And the city council and the rugby sevens administration between them destroyed that. Took them about 3 years, but they destroyed it. And then Wellington lost the rugby sevens. I think that is a really good example of how easy it is to stuff up things that depend on people enjoying things and people wanting to do things in grassroots activity. And I think that it's also a sign of how easy it is to make things happen.
You're welcome to ask.
Because we haven't, I'm sorry, Hera, but you've had...
Yeah, sorry, apologies for talking so long. Okay.
Conrad hasn't had any opportunity.
Sorry.
To talk during the question. I don't want to run out of time.
I just wanted to ask Councillor Paul whether she's of the view that unregulated development by developers will lead to cheaper housing, because that was the inference of what she said earlier.
That wasn't actually the inference of what I was saying. What I was saying is that if certain suburbs, especially those that are the most central suburbs, are heavily protected by planning regulations, and other suburbs where the poorest people live, because as Hera has said, the most poorest people in our society cannot afford to live in the central city. They live on the outskirts, on the peripheries of our cities. If the inner suburbs are heavily protected by planning regulations, then the outer suburbs are more likely to take the bulk of development. And that's what's happening in Auckland. the poorer suburbs in South Auckland, out west in Glen Innes. So many suburbs in South Auckland have been gentrified because the inner city suburbs do not want to take their fair share of development to be able to accommodate a growing population. So that's what I was saying. I was not saying that unregulated kind of widespread development is going to make housing cheaper. And housing will always be expensive in a city, but we are the most expensive city to live in. And we do need to build more houses, in my opinion, and that's not going to happen with the current planning regulation. So that's what I was meaning when I made that statement.
Conrad, hopefully it's uncontroversial that increasing supply will tend to reduce prices, all else being equal.
No, that's perfectly controversial, because if you're a developer, you're not going to put in a development at under cost. And the chapter 1 of Samuelson on supply and demand only gets you so far.
We have worked with some developers in the city to build affordable housing recently. So we've got 4 affordable housing, high density buildings that have gone up along Willis Street that provides rental housing to people at 80% of market rent. So I don't think all developers are necessarily looking for that incentive, but that's not to deny that that incentive is always there, but that is maintained by having restrictive planning policies because land value obviously goes up. So yeah, no, I think we're actually coming to the end of our session. Hedda, did you have a quick point you'd like to make?
Yeah, Tamitha, you're coming into that intensification of Auckland quite late in the day. There was a huge amount of intensification and housing units put into the Queen Street area back in the 2000s and the 1990s.
Yeah, I was more referring to the leafy green suburbs.
Okay, so I don't think destroying the leafy green suburbs is actually going to solve the problem. Intensifying the Queen Street area didn't solve the problem. As I said, the more housing you build, the more people will come. It's got to be thought of in a more complex way.
Yeah, but I guess I want more people to come. I want people to be able to live close to where they work. And the reality is people still need to clean office spaces and serve you your coffee and do your groceries. There's always going to be a need for lower income people to actually live in the city and be able to get
Absolutely, and that's why you have council housing. If you look at serious big cities like London or Sydney, that's how you address that need.
And we're luckily all big supporters of council housing. So yeah, I think that brings us to the end of our submissions today, but I really want to thank you all for sharing your perspectives and your whakaaro with us. So please do feel free to get in touch further if you need to, and I hope you have a really good end of your day. And councillors, we will be back at 10:40 for our next session, and I will see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks everyone. Bye.
Bye.
And Emily, do you know if we still have Nigel joining us today, or is he, or are they an apology?
As far as I know, Nigel is still planning to join us.
Okay, cool. We'll just give him 1 or 2 minutes and then we'll get started. Cool, so it might be best to get started because Nigel hasn't joined yet. Well, kia ora everybody, welcome to our district plan forums for this morning. So my name's Councillor Tamitha Paul and I'm going to be your facilitator for the session. We've also got with us Councillor Matthews and Councillor Day. And apologies from Councillor Day and I, we're both in COVID households at the moment. So Councillor Day's camera might be off at some points, and I'll stick it out in there because I'm not as affected at this point, so that's great. So the way that, and we're also joined, sorry, by our WCC staff, Adam McCutcheon and Sarah Dixon. Thank you both for joining us. So the way that this runs is that every participant has around 5 minutes to speak to their submission, and feel free to speak to any points, especially the really important ones that you want to communicate to councillors. And after everyone's done their submission, there's an opportunity there to ask questions and have a bit of a discussion about the different points that you've raised. So I see we've got Ruth here and we've got Barbara and Richard. So we are going to start with Barbara, and then we have Ruth and then Richard. So Barbara, if you're ready to go, you're welcome to speak, and let me know if you have any issues with your video. I can help start that up if you're having trouble. I might just prompt Barbara to unmute and start video. There we go, cool. Sorry everyone, just having some technical difficulties. Are you okay, Barbara? You can use the chat function if you need any help. I can see you've turned your video on, and I'm just going to send you a prompt to unmute. So hopefully that will work. Okay, Barbara, I'll let you sort out your technology, and we will actually start off with Ruth, if that's okay. So you've got about 5 minutes to speak to your submission. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Can I just ask, are there only 2 councillors in this session, not the mayor and not the other councillor?
So we had Councillor Rush, who's also dealing with a sick household, and the mayor, I'm not actually sure, he didn't send me his apologies, so it is just Councillor Matthews and I.
So can I wait till he comes, or can I submit on Friday? Because I'd like to do the whole council if I can't speak to any more than 2 councillors.
I think that might be a little bit difficult. We are in, we're all kind of being hit by COVID at the moment, and there will be an absence of various councillors across the week, regardless of if it's today or Friday.
Okay, I'll go for it now, but I just want to reserve the right on Friday as well. And I know that's unusual, but they're really not very good doing your public participation with a very small amount, you know, in that it used to be in a fully public forum. So I just want
fair enough. Well, Democracy Services will be in touch with you, but we'll just see if there's space on Friday, because there might not be any space, but we'll see if we can accommodate if possible.
Do watch other sessions as well, so there is, you know, you might reach more people than as just us. But anyway,
cool.
Also, Ruth, your submission has been, the one you sent through has been emailed to all the councillors as well, including Mayor Foster. So they have received that as well.
Thank you. Okay, so just to introduce myself, I'm a landowner in the rural area. I share a boundary with Meridian and Tirifiti Station, and I want to specifically speak to the renewable energy section of the new plan, and the relevance of my involvement in that is that I'm a member of Meridian's Community Power Up Fund. I sat on the committee for the Standards for Wind Turbine Noise, NZS 6808. I was an appellant in the original West Wind wind farm hearing. I chaired the community board for at least 6 years during that period, so I know the original consents really well. And I have a good neighbourly relationship with Meridian. So firstly, I want to comment also on Meridian submissions, which I think are really broad ranging. And I know that Meridian has stated that it sees these plan changes as a chance to enable growth in renewable energy. That's great. But firstly, they say the high coastal natural character of the whole southwest coast of Wellington is kind of irrelevant and should be removed as a designation, because they're saying at the start of this plan, it already has wind turbines in it. And therefore it's got built infrastructure, and therefore it's not that valuable a landscape. And I strongly reject that, in that the Environment Court and the Court of Appeal, both in Westwind and Mill Creek, really strongly considered coastal environment. And the reason they allowed turbines in it was because they can be removed at the end of their lifespan. So they're temporary structures and they don't make a permanent impact on the underlying landscape. So I severely reject Meridian's application that that status be removed. It also affects the definitions of things and the definitions in the draft plan. Meridian want ancillary facilities included as a definition of wind farm, which to my mind can only mean teaching facilities or accommodation facilities or possibly tourism facilities associated with that activity. And I think all of them should be individually applied for as individual resource consents, not just allowed as a general thing. Upgrade is a really important definition. It's not in the draft plan. Meridian proposes a definition, which is anything within the footprint of the existing wind farm, up to a certain height possibly, they don't mention a height, and to fit with NZS 6808, the noise profile. I think that's way too broad. In the Environment Court and the Court of Appeal, each turbine was considered on its own merits and how it would affect the neighbouring households and communities. And in Westwind, they removed 6 turbines. In Mill Creek, they removed 5 turbines individually because of their height, because of their noise. And that has led to a much smoother running of those wind farms with the community. So I'm saying to council, do not give a generator carte blanche to just do things that are then going to really, really annoy the locals, because it will affect relations. So upgrade, I think, should be restricted to the place of the turbine that's being upgraded, the height of the turbine that's being upgraded, and no louder than the turbine that's being upgraded. Anything else is a new turbine, and it should be applied for as a resource consent on its own merits. Policy 10, adaptive management, offsetting measures and environmental compensation. They're so broad and so general. There's this kind of confusing definition even through the biodiversity offsetting and compensation parts of other chapters, that I think what it leads to is Meridian is quite keen, or the generator could be quite keen, to offset an activity that might affect a neighbour by planting bush somewhere else on their property. I think that's really ineffective and really bad for the local community. Also, large-scale generators are required to do carbon offsetting as a legal thing between them and the government. To say that they're planting native bush, therefore offsetting the amenity effects of new turbines in certain places that affect the community, I think that's really unfair and won't work for community relations. Thirdly, reverse sensitivity. I know I'm racing. Objectives 2, objectives 3, policy 15, they all address reverse sensitivity, which is basically a massive property right removal for all the residents of the rural area. Because at the moment, they rely on the underlying rural rules, the district plan, to tell them what they are and aren't allowed to do. Any reverse sensitivity effects have to be treated in regards to this existing wind farm that's in this existing plan. If you say, potentially in the future, Meridian could put up turbines that are twice the size, and it might affect those properties way over there, but they can't do anything about it. In fact, they shouldn't be able to build there. That has broad-reaching effects across the wider rural landscape, and I think needs to be addressed very, very carefully. I'm aware that the community is not aware of even this district plan very well, because people are busy and they don't read the detail, and this is really complex. But I want the community to be informed of resource consent applications made by local generators. There are plenty of avenues that can be done through our Facebook pages, and a clear line of communication can be established, but I just really want the community to be aware of what's going on and informed of changes in the renewable energy generation area. We also submitted on SNAs, we submitted on the rural area rules. I'm happy to talk to any of those things, but I'm racing through trying to get my points across about things to do with renewable energy generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth, and that was a really refreshing submission. I've yet to hear about that subject, but as a planning student, that was very interesting. Thank you for that. And I've just texted the Mayor as well. And sorry, my apologies, Councillor Day is actually not in this hearing, so she's at a different table. So it's just Councillor Rush and Mayor Foster who aren't here, but have conveyed your thoughts as well. So next we have Richard.
Good morning.
So Richard, you've got around 5 minutes, but don't rush because I think Barbara might still be sorting out the technology. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll do you have? Well, thank you first of all for the opportunity to represent my submission. Do you have it in front of you? And Emily, can you pop up the highlighted pictures?
Yeah, and your submission is on page.
Ooh, I had a number for it.
Because you're not actually in our original group, so I'm just.
It was. It's number 523 on the in the Dropbox. Awesome,
thank you.
But,
and we've got your images.
Yeah, Emily's popped up. Just a couple of things I want to highlight for you. Just situational awareness. My submission's focused on the eastern quarter of the suburb of Thorndon. Its boundaries illustrated here in this diagram. I'm trusting you can all see the diagram.
Yeah.
And the key thoroughfare through that particular area is the street called Hobson Street. The draft district plan suggests that this entire area of which is currently in a residential be rezoned as a city centre zone. I am opposed to that proposition, and basically for evidence that the city and perhaps even New Zealand would lose a lot and gain very little by that planning zoning change, if anything, gain anything. So we're suggesting that significant relevant qualifying matters should be applied in this area, that orange area highlighted on the eastern side. And you'll see it's a reasonable proportion of the area of Thorndon, New Zealand's oldest suburb. Next slide, please, Emma. It's already on it's been on the Heritage Walk for Wellington for a long time. That's the current board just in Hobson Street. It's a special place in culture and history of the city and New Zealand. It's part of the soul of the place. It's really important part of our community, this at the gateway into the city. And so basically the zoning proposal is an attack on the soul and body, the spirit, history, culture, and body. I'm alluding to infrastructure and so on of the place, the green areas and so on. It's quite incongruous to rezone this quadrant of Thorndon as a city centre zone. Yeah. Next slide, please. When the spatial plan was developed, the final version, before the final version, on the 18th of June, the recommended spatial plan was published and taken to council. And it was, the planners had taken note of the many submissions that were made about this area and carefully aligned Thorndon as, well, this precinct as part of Thorndon, and also defined character area within it. Now, the view that I take is that the district planning process is bringing the microscope onto and where we start to look at detail, whereas the spatial plan was a 30-year horizon, was a little bit broader. Next slide, please. These are all in the submission, but I did a study of the parcels around this precinct. You'll see a very large chunk of the precinct is actually educational land. There's a primary school, 2 secondary schools, and 2 kindergartens in this tiny area. There's 6 embassies, or in fact 5. One of them's an ambassador's residence, and 3 of those are in heritage houses in the precinct. The average dwelling, single dwellings on small parcels of land. The average dwelling area of land is well less than 500 square meters. You will see some that are larger in that diagram, but those are unit developments and or cross leases, which again really disqualify them from any of the urban intensity proposals. And all of them in that grey area, I propose should be character. They are character properties. In fact, the next slide, Emily, the next slide are just photos of the properties that were left behind when the planners proposed the character area shown in the spatial plan. These are the additional properties they left out. I mean, it's quite remarkable. They're all they're superior buildings. They're very well maintained, and that's why it's a very popular area for people doing the heritage walk around the Catherine Mansfield Park, the Catherine Mansfield House, and so on. Next slide. A little bit away from my concern is that the city infrastructure is in a really serious state. This is a failure of the stormwater system, which happened in Hobson Street a few years ago. And just in recent times, in the really heavy rain events, we have serious flooding in the street, and the stormwater system's overwhelmed. And in fact, the Pipitea stream in the last big rain event last year completely daylighted itself, and there was some serious flooding through Wellington Girls College, and Murphy Street had a river running across it and so on. What I'm concerned about is that the district plan in the next 10 years needs to seriously focus on infrastructure, because if we were to load it up with higher intensity, we're just going to exasperate the infrastructure problems we've already got. Last slide, if I've got one. I've stolen this from a piece of work the Residents Association did to have a look at our neighbouring precinct, Pipitea. The whole length of Thorndon Quay is absolutely ripe for intensification. The average building height is just 2.5 stories in that area, and and there's a very interesting area there, coloured grey. Lots of railway land, which is designated in the district plan, which the airspace could be used innovatively and very well, as you see in modern cities overseas. And none of that, none of the other residential areas of Thorndon need to be jeopardised with the enormous potentials existing in areas like this. So, basically, return the residential Hobson precinct to Thorndon. Don't divide our community. Define its character area properly. Focus on other intensification potential in the Thorndon area, particularly Thorndon Quay, and focus on infrastructure. Those would be the big messages, I think. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Richard. Now we do have Barbara back, and Barbara, I'm just going to prompt you to unmute. So if you can see that on your screen, if you just click unmute, it should allow you to speak. Emily, are you in communication with Barbara at all?
I'm not, but I'll give her a call.
Okay, yeah, that might be cool, because she might be able to do it just over the phone. I'm happy to do it over my phone if that's helpful. Okay, so thank you, Ruth and Richard, for those presentations. I think they were very clear. Councillor Matthews, did you have any questions for our submitters?
One, don't you, Tam? So yeah, no, very interesting both. I guess for Richard, I'm quite interested in, if this is a heritage area and want to be promoted as such, I mean, I rent in Tarakaka Street and it's, you know, all heritage protected railway cottages. Is further heritage protection in this area an option?
Well, it definitely is. There's no question about it that there are qualifying matters that apply in this area. I tend to think more about there's definitely heritage buildings in our residences in our area, but it's the collective character of the place which is quite unique. It's quite different from the other side of the motorway, the other part of Thorndon, and it's really part of the original town acres, you know, where Wakefield and so on had their original town acres and stuff, and the history that's written about for this particular quadrant of the suburb, and the way that the buildings, some of them going back to the oldest one's probably 1865 in terms of the house that's not just along from the German embassy, are one of the reasons that people enjoy driving through the suburb, this part of the suburb, and walking it. And it gets a lot of visitors because of the school traffic too, by the way. But it's very well established, and yeah, qualifying matters, what the planners need to carefully take account of. Well, clearly they did, because otherwise they wouldn't have, you know, changed the spatial plan. But that thinking needs to be carefully re-studied and brought into the district plan, and particularly with its 10-year horizon. And as I say, we certainly agree that the city has really good options for introducing intensification. We've already got a lot of it in this area, in this quadrant of Thorndon anyway. Looking at there's a few lots that have been developed up, but they're not high rises, and that keeps the sense of place and the environmental aspects of the suburb all intact. The views of Te Ahumarangi Hill, the well-established greenery and so on is all part of, you know, hanging around Catherine Mansfield Memorial Park and so on, which you know, has a really popular playground at the end of it and stuff. It's a place that has got those special characteristics, and of course, and then there are those embassies also introduce their own character. Yeah, I think some of them are very interested in what happens in the district plan as well. And I think they should be carefully considered.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. And thanks for that, Richard. And Emily has got Barbara on the phone. So Emily, if you could just, kia ora, Barbara. So you're welcome to share your thoughts from your submission and your whatever you'd like to share with us this morning. And you've got around 5 minutes to speak to us, and you've got council staff and councillors here listening to your submission. So take it away when you can.
Yeah, I can actually see you all. I don't know why it's so delayed. I'm just going to turn that. I'm just muting my volume so I can hear you. I hope you can hear me. I have lived in Island Bay for nearly 40 years. I'm speaking specifically to this area. I know it could be seen as a bit parochial, but I think it comes from my broader experience. I've lived and worked here. I've worked at the City Council. I've worked privately and largely in the heritage sector, but also in the environmental sector for a very long time. I've also been involved in a number of environmental projects and heritage projects on an individual basis as well. I have the general areas I'm submitting on in this particular submission, the one in terms of having Oko Reserve and Karakaiho Point headland included in schedules and SNAs. For some reason, these headlands have been left off the schedule, and I have set out my reasons in my submission that they are very significant to Wellington, in particular to the South Coast and their relationship to Rokala Cook Strait area. They form significant headlands along the coast and integral historic and landscape features in the area. So I'll just leave that at that. The other part of that submission was Oka Reserve. I'm proposing should be included in the Tapateranga Highway precinct. It's a non-habitation site, Māori habitation site. There's Kumara plantations on that site and Kumara pits, and there's a number of kainga identified in that area. It is the headland on the opposite side of Island Bay, where Urahopa itself is, and then we have Tapateranga Island. So it's a triangle in particular area. The second part of my submission was about the residential zoning, and what I was concerned with was, while I obviously see the need for intensification and more housing, and I realise the significance of that, I also would like to highlight the issues that are perhaps being overlooked in the wider district plan, but relating it back to Island Bay, which I'm more familiar with and want to talk about in this particular instance as an example of the general area, because topographically Wellington is quite similar in that it's incredibly hilly, has valleys, and what I see happening in this latest plan, district plan, in terms of intensification, is a little bit like going back to Wakefield's original plan for Wellington, when he sat in a prison cell in England and drew a plan out, a flat plan, which basically sort of drew up the streets and lots of the whole of Wellington and the subdivision of Wellington, which has formed the whole grid system that we have now. And it appears to me that what's happened here is a similar situation where we have someone has applied almost a flat grid system over it and identified areas based on a flat grid system rather than the geological and topographical nature, and also the ecological aspects of the city that we live in. And what I see is that during my time living in one particular area where I've been involved in revegetation projects both on Oka Reserve and down on the dune, and seeing the impact, for instance, of 20 new houses and units in our particular valley in the last 4 years, the incredible effects it has had on things like stormwater runoff, the damage that that's causing on the beach, the damage that it's causing to properties, the slips that are happening through clearance of properties through overloaded stormwater and sewage systems, the recent torrential rains that we've had. Every day I see what comes out of the stormwater drain in Wellington, the original Āmua that came down the valley in Island Bay is every day there's runoff of some sort coming down that drain now. And so those are my concerns when looking at intensification in various areas around the city. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Barbara. You've been very clear this morning. And nice to be able to hear you and hear your submission, so thank you. I mean, I don't have any further questions. I think they were all very clear.
I'm interested in hearing a little bit more from Ruth about the Meridian situation, and you know, because I know I've seen a few of your emails, Ruth, and what do you think we should, you know, like how could we have more effectively engaged your community, and what do you think we should do now to kind of get that involvement.
Am I correct in assuming that given that my comments were missed out of the summary, am I correct in assuming that the Makara Oharia Community Board didn't submit on it?
I'll just have a look at the submissions, 1 minute.
Thank you, Adam.
I'm just not sure that I might have missed them, but it's something that should significantly have been submitted on by the board.
Yes, and I would think it would, have been on their agenda and things like that. Absolutely.
It's been just, if it hasn't been submitted on, it's a major error and a major omission.
Yeah.
And there was certainly no, that I could tell, any engagement with the community from the board about that change.
Okay, if they haven't submitted, perhaps that is an opportunity for us to go back to the board and sort of create an opportunity for that. You know, because obviously
I mean, I don't think now. I think now it's too late for this. That's been and gone. I mean, there's obviously the process from here on in, and I'm a submitter, so that's fine. So I can stay engaged. But it's more that when Meridian applies for a resource consent for something, there is no notification of the community that they've applied for it. And the community need to know if they're going to go, look, there's a turbine that's 3 times the size going in on your boundary. You should know about that. If it's an upgrade, we wouldn't know about it. If it's a new turbine, we may or may not know about it, depending on what this enables, what these draft plan changes enable. But I want to avoid that. I don't want people to find out that suddenly they're shocked by a large infrastructure development that they didn't know was in the offing, you know?
I guess my point is that given that we have that board and there is that relationship, councillor officers are there every month, etc., we maybe need to be more actively using that to kind of have these discussions, I suppose.
And one of the things could be to require the board to do a monthly newsletter to the community of what they're doing, to make that a requirement. Yeah.
And Adam's just put in the chat that no, there was no submission from the Makara Community Board. Thanks, Adam. Richard, you had your hand up?
Oh, thank you, Timothy. Yes, just I think I heard Ruth say something about the values of the Te Rewhiti area, and I just wanted to reinforce that I 100% agree. Saturday week ago, I was on a goldfields tour organised by Heritage New Zealand through Te Rewhiti Station. And that piece of coastline and that landscape is absolutely spectacular. I've been out there for other reasons as well as a tourist. I'm a bit of an adventurer, and anything that, you know, if anything, there's a trust being formed to help restore some of the goldfield crushing equipment and so on out there. So there are all sorts of really interesting things that Wellingtonians don't often get the opportunity to go out there and have a look. But if that opportunity increases over time, we don't want to see sort of planning issues get in the way that stymies some of those really important values. Just a comment.
Yeah, you can speak, Ruth. Yeah.
One thing I would say is that currently, you know, most community members have a great relationship with Meridian as a neighbouring generator, and I take people up to the wind farm all the time, and I love some of the stuff they've done, and I do show people around, and the access to the landscape is really brilliant. It's just, I think sometimes when the lawyers get involved and there's a bit of a chance to grab a bit more power at some point in the future to make life easier for the generator, I don't want to see that happen. It's not necessary. It would affect negatively the really good relationship that there is now. And it matters that all those individual things that are put into that coastal environment, or even onto the peneplain of Courts Hill, that they're considered. They just need to be considered, and the risks need to be considered. So that's where I want the wording of the plan to cover that off.
Cool. And hopefully we can get that done for you, because it sounds pretty reasonable.
If you've just got a teeny bit of time, I have one more thing to say about SNAs, which I was one of the people who didn't object to SNAs, and I've got 70 hectares out here, and most of it has been put into an SNA. But the logic for the mapping of it is bizarre. Big chunks that I know that are brilliant ancient forest aren't in it. Things that we created 15 years ago are in it. But also it's just having the complete opposite negative effect of, I now know 2 landowners who are going to spray all their bush because they don't want it in an SNA. So they're going to just aerial spray. And it's unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. I can see the reason for it. I can see what the intent was. It's just somehow, because it involves private property, you know, it's just got completely messed up.
You wanted to add in there, Richard?
Yes. Queen's Park is a little segment of Te Ahu Rangi Hill, which was added as a contribution to significant natural areas. And again, it made us wonder how the process has followed that should happen, because it clearly isn't. And it's been changed. That has now been reversed. But of course, the community had to go to a lot of effort to highlight that and do that. So it did raise questions about that entire process. And I have got a lot of sympathy for lots of landowners I've encountered, not just here, but in places like the Wairarapa, where similar sorts of unintended consequences are now arising from a very poorly thought out process. And property rights, are being abused, quite frankly, and a lot of people are getting angry about that. So it's a big issue.
Yeah, we've got some landowners on Holloway Road, just around where I am, who have destroyed their bush, which is hard because we put a lot of money into the Backyard Taonga project, which was basically officers went to people who had, been designated SNA land and tried to help them and incentivize them caring for their land and help them understand what SNAs actually mean, because there's so much misinformation out there as well around the way that it actually restricts your usage of your land and stuff. So that's been really tricky, the misinformation as well, and trying to put that legwork into preventing people from destroying it. But some people, haven't been convinced.
I would just say the positive stuff that's come out of it, like the goat hunter that the city council is funding in the rural area, has been freaking amazing, like just fantastic. And the bush that we have has pretty well, I'd say it's grown 40% almost since getting some of the goats and possums controlled. So the positive things that the city council can do to encourage that are hugely enthusiastically taken up. So maybe that's the other way to handle it. Yeah,
it's great feedback on the goat hunter. Thanks for that.
We love trees.
Awesome. Did anyone have anything else they wanted to share with us, or any further questions, or anything like that? Ruth, I'm gonna get in touch with Iona Pannett, who chairs the this committee that you're presenting to and is chairing the all of council meeting on Friday, and see if you can come and speak to us properly. Obviously, it has to work for democracy services as well, but I'll just have a word with her and see if you can come and speak to full council, because I think you've raised something that a lot of us don't understand and should understand. So we'll get that to happen. And Emily from Democracy Services has just said that it's fine. So that should be good. And hopefully you'll get the opportunity to share with everybody. Richard, did you have something you wanted to add on?
Just a question, please, Councillor, just about timeline. Just could you remind us, given we have this opportunity for orals happening this week or next week, what's the timeline sort of leading up to July? What happens with the process?
So I'm going to pass this one over to Adam. So I know it's.
So right now, officers are working their way through all the submissions on the draft district plan, looking at what changes are recommended as part of that process. What we'll be doing at the same time is tracking those changes to the draft and completing our Section 32 reports, which are our assessment of the, they're an evaluation report of the efficiency and effectiveness of provisions that are in the plan and how they meet the purpose of the RMA. We'll be doing that, making changes to the plan, making changes to the maps, leading up to a committee meeting on the 23rd of June. We will be seeking council approval to notify the proposed district plan. At that point in time, if we receive approval, we'll be working towards a mid-July notification date for the proposed district plan.
Adam, is it worth just touching on maybe some of the streamlined process and how that might work? Because will that have implications for Thorndon? So
the government's housing, enabling housing supply and other matters amendment bill that passed last year in December, what that sets out is an intensification streamlined planning process that council must follow for implementing policy 3 and 4 of the MPSUD. So that's the 6 stories around walkable catchments of the city centre, rapid transit stops, maximum development capacity in the city centre, and also our new medium density residential standards, which we have to implement. So they have to follow that process. It will be submissions will be made to an independent panel. The independent panel needs to make recommendations to the council. Once those decisions are made, if they're accepted outright, that's the end of the process. There are no appeals. If not, the Minister for the Environment makes final decisions. So that would include the identification of the city centre zone and the medium density residential zone, and all of those qualifying matters that also apply. So heritage, character, city centre, medium density residential zone, and others will all be part of that streamlined process.
Adam, I just didn't hear where the public participates in that streamline.
Public are able to make 2 rounds of submissions, 1 submission, and then a further submission to that independent panel.
So that would be sometime between now and July.
No, it will be after July. It'll be probably September, October.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and there will be quite a big campaign going out to the media, back of buses, that sort of stuff, to encourage awareness.
Thank you.
No worries. Well, on behalf of us all, Richard, Ruth and Barbara, thank you so much for sharing your time with us this morning to speak about these subjects. It's clear you all know your neighbourhoods really well, and I think there were some really thoughtful suggestions in there to make the city better. So thank you so much for your time, and Ruth, we'll see you again on Friday. I think. Oh, no, it's fine. It's good. I'm happy to hear it again. So I think someone from Democracy Services will be in touch with you just to sort that out.
Thank you.
Cool. Have a great day, everyone, and I'll see everyone back at, I think it's 11:45. Yeah, 11:45. Have a good break.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Emily, and thanks, Councillor Day. Kia ora, everyone. So we're just gonna give a few minutes. We're just waiting on Karen and Philip, and I just saw Philip was in here before, but has just left. So we'll just wait a little bit for them to jump on, and then we'll get started, and I'll explain how our forums are working today.
I was having a bit of trouble with the technology, so hopefully I'm here now. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear and see you.
Very good, thank you.
No worries. And Emily, do you know if Karen's joining us today?
I'm just giving her a call. I haven't got an apology, but I'll just
Okay, cool.
give her a
I'll
call
just
now.
give that a couple of minutes, and then we can get started. Okay, cool. So Karen won't be joining us today. Thanks, Emily. So kia ora, everyone. Welcome to our district plan forums for today. So basically the way that these work are you've got some councillors here listening to your submissions. around the district plan, and you each have 5 minutes to speak to your submission or any of the key points that you want us to take away from your submission. And then after everyone's had a chance, we will have a bit more of an interactive discussion. So you might want to ask each other questions, councillors might want to ask you questions, or have a bit of a discussion around some of the points you raised. So we are going to start with Bruce first. So, sorry, just quickly as well, we've got WCC staff with us as well. So we've got John McSweeney here from the planning team, and Emily from Democracy Services to help us out as well. So, and you've also got Councillor Matthews and Councillor Day and myself. So Bruce, thank you for joining us. You've got around 5 minutes to speak to your submission. So yeah, take it away.
Thank you, and I probably won't need 5 minutes. Look, the submission I put in is quite high level, and it was done in a heck of a hurry, so if it's not as clear as it should be, I apologise for that. I mean, the motivation for putting the submission in is really just how badly broken the housing market is. It's very, very badly broken. I'm an economist by background, and indeed, you know, these days, semi-retired, most of the work I do is actually in some of the world's poorest countries. So, I mean, I'm not here to be an advocate for developers or for a green lobby or for NIMBYs. I'd like to think I come at things reasonably objectively, but having said that, if I have a bias, it would be a bias towards the interests of what I'd call the next generation. I think us baby boomers have really looked after ourselves pretty well. And yet I think there is a generation that is being served by the housing market very badly. And that has big consequences, which I think are being underestimated. So in terms of the substance of my submission, I'll be very brief. I support the proposed freeing up of intensification within the urban limit. I think that's good. But I would add to that very quickly and firmly that I think that will disappoint. I don't think one will get from that as much of the additional housing supply as is hoped for, and certainly not as quickly as is needed. Intensification within an existing and urban environment is inherently fragmented and slow. So good, yes. Will it deliver according to what people are hoping for? I would be very much of the view the answer to that is no. And so if one really does want to get the housing market working for the community, as I think increasingly is coming to be recognised as being highly desirable, I think one needs to do more. And to put that simply, it is about freeing up greenfield development, freeing up land for that on a scale that would enable progress to be made more quickly than I think will be possible from what's proposed. I mean, ideally to the point where you actually get competition amongst developers. At present, with the tight restriction on land supply, council is in effect conferring a monopoly power on the few who own that land, and we know what we get from monopolies: an overpriced, inferior product. And that's what we're getting with housing. So if we want to fix that, we need to really think a bit more expansively. So that's kind of all I really wanted to say, with just a couple of end notes. With the intensification within the urban the existing urban footprint. I pick up a sense that there is a view that there's a risk of low quality development, and the way to address that is through the design guide. And I guess my view would be that monopoly power will beat any design guide any day. If you don't open up, get some competition, we'll still get the overpriced product, inferior quality. I mean, it's interesting that just this week we're hearing about the need for competition within the supermarket industry, and no one's talking about a design guide for the supermarkets. It's competition that is needed. And finally, just to, I mean, I haven't really thought this one right through, but a cautionary note that with the removal of minimum parking space requirements, which I think is good, I think it's equally important that very close attention be paid to ensuring that that there aren't unnecessary impediments to provision of parking space. I mean, whether it's through prescription of minimum size or minimum driveway widths, I mean, with on-site parking requirements gone, there's going to be an on-street parking issue, and the more that on-site parking can be accommodated, albeit not required, I think the better. So that's all from me. And again, thank you so much for the opportunity, both to put in a submission and to chat to you today. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bruce, and looking forward to unpacking some of those points you raised in your submission as well after we've heard from everybody. And just have just seen that the Mayor's joined us. So kia ora Andy, thanks for joining us today. And Councillor Day is also here just with her camera off at the moment.
Kia ora. I think I might have joined the wrong one in the previous session, Tam. See, where was I? Probably went to the wrong one.
All good. Welcome back.
They missed you, Andy. They wanted you here.
Well,
yeah, they did. Yeah. They're coming back on Friday just so you can hear what they have to say, which is awesome. Okay, cool. So we're going to move on now to David. Kia ora, David. Thank you for joining us. And you're from the Tawa Historical Society. So you've got around 5 minutes, or maybe a little bit longer, just to speak to your submission.
Okay. Will somebody wave at me when I get to 4.5 minutes? Or just
yeah, I mean, you can go a couple minutes, but I'll just I'll wave when you get to about 5 minutes.
I mean, I could go on all morning. So well. And that's only another 5 minutes anyway. Yes, and I hope the Mayor finds this this little forum much more interesting than any others he might have joined. As you can see on screen, I'm representing the Tawa Historical Society. So my reason for being here is completely different to Bruce's. I'm new to the I was elected chair of the Historical Society sort of late last year, and this I think was one of the first things that landed on my desk or on my plate, the need to submit to the district plan. And obviously my submissions all have an historical bent rather than economics that we've just heard about. A couple of them, I sort of, when I think about what they are, I think they're just housekeeping, to be honest. There's I've suggested, well, the Historical Society suggests that the relatively new Tawa War Memorial and also a World War I memorial rock, which is more exciting than it sounds, actually be added to the heritage structures list. Currently, the Elsdon Best Memorial is the only thing mentioned on the list. But there, for those that know the area, at the northern end of Oxford Street, adjacent to the RSA, there is now a group of little memorials, and so it rather than just saying, the Elsdon Best Memorial is all that's there, there's in fact a much bigger war memorial and the World War I stone, memorial stone that was moved from Willowbank Park a few years ago now. So there's like little yes, a little subgroup of memorials all in one place, and our suggestion is that they all be recognised rather than just one. Secondly, we suggest that the cemetery, it's a closed cemetery, if that's the right term for it, hasn't been taking any new bodies for a while. It was Tawa's own, well, it was first and only cemetery, and I understand that the site is sort of on the council's radar for doing something to it, but it is not specifically a listed site. Some other cemeteries in other suburbs are, and we respectively request that ours be added to it. There are one or two issues around the cemetery. I suppose I think the best way to describe it is sort of creep. Neighbours on at least one, possibly two sides, sort of might have moved fences slightly over the years or thrown their garden rubbish over, and so the cemetery might have sort of lost some of its legal integrity, and we would like to see that maintained and recognised. Finally, the final submission relates to archaeological sites, and we would like to suggest that the route of the old railway line, when the main trunk line came through Johnsonville, basically down the motorway to Tawa, and then through the Tawa Valley, be recognised as an archaeological site, and there be some provision for signage commemorating it. And one of the things that the Historical Society does is promote local walks, and we could add the bits of the old railway route to our material on walks. I put in my submission, and I've just mentioned it, but part of the old route is the current motorway. I am certainly not suggesting that people be encouraged to wander along the motorway, but that there be some signage to say this is where it went, as you go past on a bus or in a car. No, let's be sensible about it. But through the valley, through the Tawa Valley, there are a few places where, yes, with a bit of tidying up and a bit of signage, people could become aware of the history of Tawa, and that's again getting back to why I'm here in the first place. We're out to promote, record, and advocate for the history of this place we live in.
Great.
I think I've said enough. Okay.
No,
Can't
that's
think of anything else
awesome.
to say.
No, that's really helpful. Thank you, David, and congratulations on your election as chair to the Tawa Historical Society. And thanks for that submission. Lots of action points for us to follow up on. So thank you. And some people might have some questions as well for you. So thank you. And next, we're going to move on to Barry from the Glenside Progressive Association. Kia ora, Barry. You're welcome to speak to your submission, and I'll wave my hand when you get to 5 minutes and just wrap up after that. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm here with Claire Libby, the president of our association, and I've got a presentation actually that I'd like to put up, and I might have difficulty getting through it in 5 minutes. I'd like to skip through it fairly quickly if I could. Yeah, second page. Oh, sorry, no, yeah, that's right. Yeah, just very briefly, there's a lot of development going on in Glenside, up Stibbing and Sheridan Park, up Stibbings Valley, and we broadly support what's going on in Upper Stibbings Valley, but we're quite disturbed by what's proposed for what's called Glenside West. So I'll skip straight to the second slide, so as not to waste time. This is a picture of Glenside West. Rolling hills, quite elevated, and that's viewed from the motorway and from Granada. That's what you see. And most of that area is quite high, and it's within the ridgelines and hilltops overlay, which was introduced to council as a district plan change in 2005. And these overlays are supposed to protect ridgelines from development. You can do some development. You can see a water tank there and a mast and so on. But when it comes to housing, it's not saying you can't have housing, but it's saying there's a high barrier. And the activity status which is used to protect that is discretionary unrestricted, which is quite a severe barrier to developing just anything you want to do. Right, on the next slide, this is what council has proposed for that area you've just seen. The medium grey area along the left-hand side is the ridgeline, and the yellow area is what they're proposing for a new housing development. The sort of browny orange dotted line that you can see towards the bottom and going up to the right-hand side is actually the boundary of the ridgeline and hilltop overlay. So you can see that this housing development is proposed to occur entirely within the overlay, which we believe that shouldn't be occurring. And in order to achieve that, they've changed the activity status to discretionary restricted. They have made attempts to preserve the bush and that sort of thing, which is good. But I just want to make a comment on the ridge, on the medium grey area in the next slide. This is, they now call this the ridge top, and that's the view looking south along the ridge top, and it's proposed to be protected, but we wonder what it's being protected from. If you look at the right-hand diagram, the ridgeline overlay gives the ridgeline a protection of maybe 30 to 50 metres vertically, but this ridge top protection will give the ridge top a protection of perhaps 0 to 2 metres, and that, in our view, doesn't protect anything. On the next slide, this is what we propose as an alternative, a large lot residential area. So we could, you know, we're aware that housing is under pressure. We've heard that already from a previous speaker. So we could allow some housing to be constructed here. But I should point out that the housing that's going to be built here will be of no help to first-time buyers or people who are in lower income groups. So it will not help solve the housing problem. Anyway, allow housing to be constructed on larger lots. This will reduce the impact of land clearance on natural vegetation. We advocate maintaining and observing the current activity status, and that will reduce the impact of earthworks on sedimentation, hard surfaces on stormwater runoff, and we've had an important meeting last night discussing flooding in the Pūroro stream, which has devastated homes in Willowbank, and reduce the visual impact of housing development and how should live in prominent positions. And just while I might remind you of an article in the Don Post, October the 30th last year, called "Can a Greenfield Development Be Truly Green?" So I'd really recommend you get hold of that article and reading it again. It's on this particular area. Just as an aside, we support the significant natural areas which were proposed, but we're also suggesting that they incorporate a buffer zone around them to protect them properly, and those buffer zones could then be included as reserve contributions for the developer. Right, on the next slide, in order to achieve what we hope, we're suggesting both the better observation of the design guides and perhaps some amendments. The subdivision design guide governs mostly earthworks, and it has one phrase there: minimise any earthwork disturbances to the natural groundwater. Well, the picture below shows the earthworks that have been carried out in the Reedy block, which is inside Glenside as well, and that could be called Southwest Glenside. It's just adjacent to the area that we're talking about. If you look at the saddle just to the right of the bush there, West Glenside is just over that saddle. So it's the same area next door, but actually at higher altitude. Now, the earthworks that you see in front of you involve...
Just that 5 minutes now. Sorry, Barry.
Yeah. Okay,
just
well,
wrap up when you can. Yeah, no rush.
Okay. The last slide, which is very brief, is we recommend some design changes to the residential design guide, specifically for houses in high altitude locations, form, shape and colour, harmonising of the landscape, encouraging use of natural colours, and taking account of light pollution. Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity to present. I'd just like to say that Claire will be presenting some other ideas on Friday.
Cool, thank you, Barry. Sorry, what was that at the end? I didn't hear that about Claire. Was that?
She's going to be presenting some of the other ideas, particularly on historic sites, on Friday.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. Looking forward to it. Thank you for that. Barry, thank you for that presentation as well. And finally, we've got Philip. Cool. There you are. Your turn.
Thank you. I've become sufficiently concerned by the proposal for the development of the historic inner city suburbs to make a submission. The proposal threatens one of the most important, unique attributes of Wellington that I believe is key to the city's success and character. Wellington has a unique layout with a compact central city surrounded by attractive, historic inner city residential suburbs ringed by the inner town belt. This is a key attribute that advantages Wellington. Pictures are often seen of Wellington showing the high-rise CBD and the panorama of the historic inner city suburbs, clearly displaying this general impression of Wellington as highly valued by visitors and residents alike. Measures need to be put in place to enhance and preserve the architectural rhythm and ambience of at least enough of the historic inner city residential suburbs to maintain Wellington's unique appearance and character. High-rise intensification is required in suitable places, though it would ruin the character of the inner city residential suburbs to allow height increases above 3 stories. The proposal to protect inadequately small character sub-areas and Pacific historic buildings would result in small pockets of preservation. This would destroy one of Wellington's key assets, the historic inner city suburb close to the dense high-rise CBD. It is important not to make rules that will just preserve a few isolated clusters of buildings as if they were museum pieces. The current pre-1930s character cutoff date is arbitrary and excludes significant character and heritage buildings. Over the life of the new district plan, the preservation of more modern buildings that have been successfully designed and have size and scale which are complementary to the older buildings that surround them need also to be preserved. I would like to make some specific comments about Mount Victoria, where I live. Mount Victoria is invariably included in photographs of Wellington because it is uniquely attractive, because of its uniquely attractive historic suburb sandwiched between the CBD and the town belt. I frequently encounter visitors to Wellington exploring the streets of Mount Victoria to look at the houses before proceeding to walk the town belt to climb Maitarangi. It is important that the plan promotes ways of preserving and enhancing the character of the entire Mount Victoria suburb. This should include assisting owners in the challenging task of finding ways to maintain and modernise older buildings, enabling them to be used as living spaces, meeting current standards of warmth, and providing modern amenities while still maintaining the character of the suburb. The proposed pockets of character areas are completely inadequate. It would be enormously detrimental to Wellington if the overall architectural ambience of Mount Victoria were compromised. Reducing pre-1930s controls and increasing height limits except in small patches of character sub-areas will not protect the overall character of a suburb, and I'm strongly opposed to this. I support the proposed character sub-area suggested in Appendix 1 to the Heritage New Zealand submission on the draft spatial plan as a minimum area of coverage. There is seemingly a bias towards attempting to preserve grand homes that have already benefited from owners who have attempted to preserve these buildings. Many character buildings continue to have underlying structural and design integrity, which have not received the benefit of care and attention. Often these are more modest buildings, though that does not make them any less candidates for protection. These are the buildings that are the ones that are in need of protection by the district plan. The owners of significant character buildings are highly likely to be actively preserving the architectural integrity of the buildings. The real threat to these buildings is the adjacent contributory buildings will be demolished, neglected, or have significant changes, which will result in loss of the special character areas. I would like to conclude by making some comments related to the detail in the draft plan for the Claremont Grove, Austin Street area where I live, own property, and have brought up my family. There are significant pockets of character buildings in Claremont Grove and the adjacent areas on Austin Street that fall outside the proposed character areas. This area, which is adjacent to the original Victoria Bowling Club, now the Hazel Court Flats, forms an important historic precinct. There are already 2 listed heritage buildings in this area, and an additional 2 proposed. These buildings are reliant on the contribution of the surrounding buildings, which also need protection as part of the character area, not just a few isolated buildings. Specific isolated proposed heritage buildings have been identified in the draft plan at 3 Claremont Grove, 4 Claremont Grove, and 20 Austin Street. The exterior appearance and functionality of all these buildings are dependent on the surrounding buildings and the general architectural rhythm of the area. It is vital that the district plan, while allowing development, is compatible and sympathetic to the existing character buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Phil. That was perfectly timed as well. So, yeah.
By accident, more than good design, I'd have to say. But.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
So I think that brings us to the end of the submissions, but we have plenty of time to ask questions and interact. So wanted to open up the floor to councillors, and the Mayor's got a question.
Thank you. Thank you all. I kind of feel like I want to ask every one of you questions, but it's probably going to take hours over there. Bruce, can I start just with you? Thank you. Thanks for taking the economic approach to this as well. Just wondered about, you said freeing up greenfields, and I wondered where you saw that happening in the Wellington City area, because we haven't actually got a whole lot of that other than stuff which we're already opening up, and how that gets dealt with in terms of cost of infrastructure, and how it fits with our aspirations to try and reduce carbon emissions as well. So that's the first part of the question. And the second one is just whether you see a role for the council/government in terms of active delivery. So we're not just being passive about it, we're actively getting involved, trying to amalgamate sites and either do development or get the development community to do development in areas where we really want that to happen. And then the third one is just if you had any comments around building cost, because some of the numbers which we're seeing for the cost of building, I take your point absolutely that they just seem so high. How you get affordable out of that, I have no idea, unless you're getting some value out of bulk building, which goes back to my first bit about active delivery. So you're on mute. You're on mute. Bruce, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mayor. Look, I just missed your second point. I was trying
So
to jot them down.
the points were greenfields and climate change related issues and infrastructure issues.
Okay.
Second one is active delivery issue, and the third one is just really that question around building cost.
Yeah, I've got all those now. Thank you very much. I'll try and be very quick. On the availability of land, perhaps there isn't a huge amount in the Wellington city boundary, although there is a very large amount of land west of Pūroro, Johnsonville, Tawa, all along from Makara up to Ohariu Valley. I mean, every time I fly into Wellington, although it's a while ago now, there's swathes of green space. Now, a lot of it is probably no one would ever want to build on it because it's hilly and rocky and everything else and windy. But I mean, I suspect within Wellington City, there's probably more farmland than urban land. And where in the world would you find a capital city where that's the case? So, yes, there's lots more that's north of Wellington as well. I now live in Pūroro City. There's lots of land around Judgeford and the like. And I mean, in my submission, I mentioned I suspect that one will actually find that once Transmission Gully is operating, the Kapiti Coast it'll take time, but it'll transform. So no shortage of land. Climate change, very important issue. I suspect that it's possible that within a few generations, a large amount of Wellington CBD might be underwater. So there's a real issue there, but are we, how can I put it? I mean, we're already seeing the beginnings of major changes in technology. I mean, transport using hydrocarbons is probably not going to be with us for that much longer. So, are we a bit stuck in the present on that issue, and not thinking about what the residential environment could look like in 100 years' time? So I come back to, I just wonder whether we are a bit stuck in the present. Infrastructure, I mean, that's a tricky one. There's obviously a need for infrastructure development, not only for new residential areas, but within what we have. I think there's partly a question there of priority. I mean, Wellington City Council, I think at present has got about $1 billion on the go with Convention Centre, Library, Old Town Hall. Those are choices that have been made, I mean, in preference to infrastructure, but maybe some choices in the future could be different. There's also, and I almost hesitate to say this, but I think we are probably moving in a direction where developments will pay for their own infrastructure. We're seeing that in Auckland with the Milldale development. So, where there will be a targeted rate on each new section to fund the infrastructure for that development. I hesitate to say that because I'm also conscious, going back to us baby boomers having looked after ourselves, we as a generation inherited a lot of infrastructure. It might be starting to fail now, but nonetheless, we inherited what we've got. And so, there is an issue about intergenerational equity and how much current generation should pay for what they've got. Active role, I'm assuming you're referring there to, I think, a recommendation or a proposal from the Productivity Commission in terms of a Public Works Act type power to be able to aggregate land for development. Look, I haven't thought much about that. I can see the logic and principle, but nonetheless, one hesitates to go too far in that direction in terms of compulsory acquisition. So yes, there's an issue there that's worth thinking about, but I would approach it cautiously. Building cost, there is no doubt that the cost of housing construction, the timber and the concrete and everything else is high in New Zealand. And, there are some sort of market structure issues around that in terms of monopoly power. But I think those issues are only a fraction of the issues that we have with land supply. It is overwhelmingly, it's the price of land that has gone up much, much more than the price of construction. So yes, there is a construction price problem, but it's only a fraction of the problem we have with the artificial scarcity we have created for land. And the real problem there is that if land is so expensive, it becomes uneconomic to put an affordable house.
Can I just ask a question related
on
to that,
a
Bruce?
$500,000 section.
Bruce, I was just wondering, does that?
Sorry, I don't at the end.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to, sorry, Andy, to interrupt, but I just wanted to check in with you. Does that not contradict the point that you've made about densification versus greenfields, where we can put so many more, dwellings? I accept your point totally about that it's not necessarily going to be easy or quick, but actually to make better use of the land that we have as a way to drive down the cost of dwelling?
If that may well be correct, and if in a freed up market that is correct, then that is what will happen. I'm not sure that's the choices that people would make. So, I mean, the cost of development within the urban footprint, is expensive. If I can use the analogy I touched on in my submission, I mean, what I observe these days is that when it comes to roads, we don't improve the old road, we build a new one. You look at the expressways that run north. I mean, a generation ago, the existing road was improved. That doesn't happen anymore. It's more economic to build a new one.
Just on those subjects, I just wondered if any of the other participants this morning might have some thoughts on those questions that the Mayor posed as well, just because it touched on some parts of other submissions that were made. Cool. Do any of the other councillors have any questions, or Mayor have any questions for other participants this morning? But maybe not three, maybe just one per participants.
Well, until somebody interrupts me, I'll keep asking questions. If somebody else wants to have a go, then I'm happy with that. So look, the second area of question is just, Barry, for you, you're looking for some sort of thing which is not quite the ridgelines overlay as it has been, or as it is at the moment under Plan Change 33, but something which is a little more lenient, but not nothing. Is that basically how I characterise that?
Yes, I think so. Reluctantly, I think that's what we're saying. I mean, if we stuck to District Plan Change 33, we'd be saying no harm. But the road's already on the way up there, and we're just trying to suggest a compromise and maybe something that would set a pattern for the future, because there's no reason why our little area is going to be violated. I mean, the whole of Wellington's got ridgelines, and there's going to be pressure to put housing up in those ridgelines everywhere. So let's think about whether we want to do that or not as a city. And if we're going to do some of it, let's revise our design guides so that it's going to be done well and properly, both visually and with environmental protection. Minimisation of earthworks and sediments and all that sort of thing.
So can I just follow that up and ask, I mean, is there in the draft plans we've kind of got a gradation because we've got the outstanding landscapes, although those are mostly sort of coastal ones. We've got some amenity landscapes as well, and then we've got ridgelines and hilltops more generally. Is there something which is a gradation there which says these are the ones which really we want nothing on, down to these are the ones which we can accept something, but it's not your general urban development?
Sorry, was that a question or a comment?
That's a question.
Well, I think that would involve a much wider discussion, because what Council might consider is to revise District Plan Change 33 and come up with something which still achieves 90% of its aims, but allows for more housing done properly. But we see no reason why West Glenside should be violated if it's not setting a precedent for the whole of Wellington. And one of the points we've made is that it's supposed to be protected by activity status discretionary unrestricted, but it's been changed to discretionary restricted. And how much, what's the reason for that, and what's the justification? Because as we understand it, that should have gone out for public consultation, because it's a change to the district plan. And so it might be a good idea to actually treat this as a much wider issue and look at the whole of the ridgelines and hilltops overlay and see whether we want to keep it that way or whether we want to modify it in some way.
Thank you. Do you want me to carry on, Councillor Paul? Ask another question.
Sure, if you've got,
nobody else is taking a hand up,
questions
so
for each, go
yeah.
ahead.
Okay, I'll do two. I will go around the field then. David, I'm no question for you, but I will get in touch because I am keen to have the historical societies and organisations, people like that, have a bit of a chat about our upcoming heritage strategy. So the kind of things about telling stories are really important in there, and what we protect.
I'm losing. I lost the last 30 seconds, perhaps.
I would just say I will get in touch about heritage strategy. And Phil, my question to you is just when you looked, I don't know how much information or documentation you've looked at in terms of the information sitting behind the decisions that council made, and you'll be aware they were ones that we didn't all agree with each other on. But when you look back at some of the assessment which was done of the areas which Bophemus School in particular suggested should be in the character areas, have you looked at that and what does that tell you? Are you seeing areas that you think should be included and there's some analysis that supports that, or are you not seeing that?
Well, my concern is that there seemed to have been a cherry picking of sort of grand historic buildings which will be left isolated as little museum pieces in what is an area that has, it's just Mount Victoria we're talking about specifically here. It's a very small area, and it has got a beautiful, in my view, architectural ambience that adds enormously to the character of Wellington. And if you let high-rise development go along with these small pockets of buildings encapsulated in it, it will just ruin the whole feel and ambience that Wellington has of having this high-rise CBD with the historic areas surrounding it, and then the inner city town belt and then flowing on to the suburbs around it. And you know, one of the reasons that I've spent my life living and working in Wellington is because of the lifestyle you can have and the beautiful city that we have that allows us to you know, walk from a historic residential area into the high-rise CBD, and I just think that unless significant, and I'm very focused on Mount Victoria, of course, but you know, there's some similar arguments for some of the other historic inner suburbs like Thorndon, but I think you need to preserve significant pockets of them so that the overall architectural ambience is preserved and not destroyed by having large development plonked next to historical character buildings. And the other thing is that if you do have these larger developments going on, it just makes the character buildings untenable as nice places to live, because they just lose their light and amenity basically. So it's just a road to destroying the ambience of Wellington, in my view.
Look, thanks, Phil. The issue is similar across all of the inner city suburbs.
Bruce, did you have your hand up wanting to add on?
Yeah, if I may, and thank you. Just to come back to Councillor Matthews' question, which I think was a good one. Development outside of the existing urban footprint doesn't have to be extensive. It may be, but I guess, I mean, from having lived in another country, what I observed in the city we lived in was that a lot of the development going outwards was actually intensive. It was condominium style housing. And we lived in an area which was the most idyllic residential environment I've ever remotely experienced. It was 2,500 residences in condominium and apartment style in a park-like setting, expansive land, gardens, trails, trees, playgrounds, everything, and a community style of living of the likes that I've never remotely seen in this country. And so, but the thing that it needed was scale, and in large US cities, you see lots of these. But we allow that. It's a choice.
Yes,
and so I think, and just picking up on Phil's point, I mean, I think the price we pay for that is an urban environment which probably degrades over time. And so, you know, there are choices, and the choices do have consequences. And if we make land artificially scarce, you know, we end up, you know, a bit like if you look at Auckland with the Hobsonville and Stonefields developments, because the land is so expensive, the developers cram so much in that you don't get that quality of lifestyle.
Bruce,
so
I just want to ask you, because our planners tell us there is not, you know, other than the ones that have been identified, that there isn't anything that's really viable for building more greenfields within Wellington City.
So more
greenfields, but you know, big greenfield development.
I have a neighbour who's in. He's not a developer. He's in the building industry in a very large scale, and you know, we've chatted about these things, and he just can't understand why we don't allow, you know, large scale condominium style intensive greenfield development. He's from the UK, and he just can't understand why it's something that New Zealand chooses not to have.
Yeah, I guess I do still I'm still a bit stuck on what Councillor Matthews is raising is, yeah, I agree, but where's the land to do it? You know, like where is the land to do that we haven't already begun? But maybe a conversation when and if we're amalgamated as a regional council. No, just kidding. All right, guys, so we've actually come to the end of our session today, but I really want to thank you all for your thoughtful contributions to this discussion. It's been really enlightening. There are a really good range of views, and learned a lot about the city today. So thank you all for joining us so much, and I'm sure we'll hear from you again. So thank you, everyone. And for councillors, we'll be back at 1:30 p.m.
We're on the same address, are we, Tam?
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
What happens now? What happens now?
Oh, so you're free to go about your day, and
no, I mean with our ideas. Do we hear that you love them or that you hate them? And
I guess I thank you on behalf of everyone. We don't feedback. We don't all have a chance to feedback on that. We just ask questions and have a bit of a discussion. But basically, if you have specific actions within your submissions, we endeavour to follow those up with officers and see where those are sitting and where they've landed in the draft district plan. So And Andy did say, sorry, the Mayor did say that he would follow up some of those for you, just to make sure that we can enact some of those things that you've said around the monuments and the cemetery and the archaeological sites. So
but when will the district plan be finalised? When will it cease to be draft, I suppose?
So there's still quite a long process ahead. So the district plan begins by being notified in June, and that's the formal process where you can make a submission on the notified district plan. And then there is a second round of consultation where I believe if you have submitted in that first round, you're able to make detailed submissions on that, on the district plan. Okay. So John, when can people hope to hear from council again about the notified process?
I'm not wanting a tie down to a date, but the fact that you've said June, okay, I can wait till June.
I'll give you some dates. We've got John to give you some dates, so that'll be helpful.
Yep, so 23rd of June is the committee date, and you'll see the committee report and you'll have an opportunity for public participation also. We will follow up around some of the specific submissions and points that you've made and others have made. It will be notified formally in July, because there's a bit of paperwork to do to get it out publicly. And then, as Councillor Paul said, there'll be submissions and further submissions, and then hearings, and that'll be independent hearing commissioners will be running those hearings. So still a bit of process to go, but that is the formal process. And it's very important, either if you support or oppose something, that you put in a submission.
Yeah, can I just actually underline what John said? Even if you think everything in the plan is great, just say so, because if you don't say so, then you're not in the game. Because if somebody says they want to change it all, and we've seen that happen before, and then you go, well, I didn't want that changed, you need to be able to participate in the process. And John, can you check that so if you don't put in an original submission, is there a limitation on putting in a further submission? Or can you?
You can only really put a submission in support or opposition to a primary submission, the first submission.
Yes, but anybody can put in a further submission without having put in a primary submission.
That's right.
Yeah, but if you want to get your own points in, get in at the first place.
That's right.
Yep.
Cool.
Thank you all.
Thank you, John.
Thanks,
everybody. We'll see you back at 1:30. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Apologies for my 1 minute of lateness. Just on the phone to Dr. Kay Seville Smith. She is the bomb. Awesome. Okay, so and we've got Councillor Rush. Kia ora, Councillor. Hope you're feeling better.
Yeah, I'm all good. But I've had to ditch the family. There were too many of them that were infected, so they deserved the main room and the main floor, and I've hightailed it to two of my batch in Otaki.
Oh, lucky you. Lucky you. I'm stuck in my flat with my positive flatmates, but no, that's good to hear that you're staying safe.
You can come up here too if you want to.
Okay, so kia ora everyone, and I'm just gonna make sure everyone's here. So we've got
that's start video, so you're not showing video.
Okay, so we've got Boston Real Estate, Karen. I'm just gonna mute you, and we've got Karen, Kim. I'm just checking who we're waiting for. We've got Kim here, Tony, Dougal, and Kate Lindsay. Cool, awesome. Kapai, and the Mayor might jump in and join us at some point as well. So kia ora everyone, welcome to our district plan forums today. My name is Councillor Tabitha Paul, and I'm going to be facilitating this conversation amongst us. And sorry. Sorry about that. So basically the way that these work are that people get about 5 minutes each to speak to their submissions and the key points that you wanted to raise. We've got councillors here, so we've got myself, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Rush, Councillor Day, and the Mayor might join us at some point as well. So the first person we have up is Hamish from Boston Real Estate. Kia ora, Hamish. So you've got about 5 minutes and I'll let you know when you get to that time. So thanks for joining us, and over to you.
Okay, thanks for that. Our submission is sort of a joint submission from a couple of entities. It covers effectively 2 sites, one called 11 Maka Road in Brooklyn and 62 Kaiwharawhara Road in Kaiwharawhara. The issues aren't necessarily specific to our properties, but they're the ones that we are most focused on. So we're really looking at the rezoning of the properties and the application of the significant national areas or SNA status to those 2 properties. We contend that the change to the status of these properties is arbitrary and unreasonable. Wellington City Councils are following, we believe, a flawed process and not taking an appropriate legislative interpretation. We believe it's unduly narrow. We think this will result in outcomes that are counter to Wellington City Council's aims and what they're seeking to achieve with this, and could well result in litigation with Wellington City Council. So if we take the rezoning issue, Maka Road will be rezoned from rural to large lot residential. We think this should not be the case. It should be the general residential zoning, which covers the rest of the areas in the surrounding area. Kaiwharawhara in particular is, we think, egregious. It will be rezoned from outer residential for a large part of it to natural open space, or NSOZ. And as we understand it, this is for areas that have high ecological value or greenbelt preservation. And I'm just reading on the website, it's supposedly for areas that are accessible for the public for informal activities, including walking, tramping, running, fishing, picnicking, etc. Well, none of that's possible on this site. It's a privately held piece of land. All of the surrounding area will be rezoned general residential, apart from the publicly owned land, which some of it will be NSOZ. So we don't understand the logic behind why this has been rezoned NSOZ, which will be a useless piece of land, so that people can supposedly undertake these activities, which it's impossible to do so on. So we really don't have much to talk about on that one, because the process just seems so bizarre. So we again contend that that should be zoned general residential. In terms of the SNAs, we have quite a bit on that. I'm probably going to be time limited on that. But we think the council has taken an inappropriate interpretation of Section 6 of the RMA. We believe it's a flawed interpretation, and it's fairly arbitrary in its implementation. For example, in terms of the flaws, there's been no on-site audits on our sites anyway. It's all been done by aerial photography. So given this is quite a significant impact on the landowner, they've adopted a fairly imprecise and we believe unreasonable approach to assessing these sites. Some of them don't meet some of the interpretations. They seem to have taken a very broad brush in terms of the characteristics. So for example, they've taken a huge contiguous block and then apportioned all of those attributes to these smaller blocks. For example, Kaiwharawhara, we're supposed to have a stream, fish species, birds, all kinds of things that have justified this designation when we have none of those on the site. We've got anomalies in terms of the bush zones marry up with residential lot zones, even though the bush goes over those residential lot zones. So it appears to be a bizarre interpretation. Brooklyn, we have, example, the SNA over existing housing. We have the SNA going over a bridge we've built. We have the SNA going over pine trees and bracken and gorse. Most of the site, well, the 2 sites we've got are extensively covered in mahoe. Even wildlands themselves have done the audits, admit that mahoe is of low ecological value, and it's fairly common in that area. We've got reports from Bothamiskil in the similar area that say that they don't believe it's to be indigenous or exotic, and Montgomery Ward, who say that mahoe is of low to moderate value, and it precludes mahoe ever becoming a long-standing biological diverse forest. So we think the process is flawed. We then look at the direct valuations, which we think they've stepped well outside their mandate. They have a heavily redacted report the ultimate outcome, we believe, because of this, is that we're going to have to remove that bush. It's now a liability. So this wasn't our desired outcome. We wanted, for example, at Brooklyn, to keep 80% of the bush. We are now going to be forced, because of these SNAs and these rezonings, to remove the bush in the coming days / weeks, which is not our preference. And it's not the outcome that we would have thought that the council would want to achieve to retain bush if it is of a valuable status. So we'd ask that you guys reconsider it and have a look at it, that it's deeply flawed and arbitrary. I think that must be close to my 5 minutes, is it?
Yeah, that's your 5 minutes. Thank you for that, Hamish. And councillors and the Mayor might have some follow-up questions for you at the end of the submission, so thank you for that.
Yep.
Next we have Karen here to speak to us. Kia ora, Karen, you've got 5 minutes to speak to your submission.
Hello. Yes, I am speaking as an individual. I'm not belonging to any particular group. I'm actually living in the Kandala area. I am actually 2 to 3 blocks away from both train, bus, supermarket. I am in a not far off the zone from where you are talking about your developments of intensifying the homes. My problem is that in Kandala we have very established trees which are 10, 15 metres high. We have people who have put up retaining walls that are 8 metres high. They have actually, they're not legitimate. The council have let people put retaining walls. In my situation, the council have let somebody build their retaining wall over the boundary into my property. We also have a problem with drains that go through some of these properties. My issue also is that the council will be honest and legitimate and actually can abide by their own legislation and rules, that when things are built and done, that they are appropriately given consent. Because I have a situation at the moment where somebody has put a retaining wall out into my property, which I cannot afford to legally fight. However, if somebody is wanting to develop onto that land and the council have, from their omission, given consent, which they don't want to undo, that is very unfair and very unjust that they're allowing intensification, and they've actually got things that have happened in the last 15 to 20 years that are not legitimate. The other issue I have is, from what I see of their plans, this idea of the 2-storey house with a space at the front, a space at the back. They all sit beside each other. I've lived in that kind of home with a young family. It is really, there is no privacy in lining houses up in a row along a road like that. We are, you know, from outside in your little square of courtyard, you're actually, the neighbours are looking down into you. They can actually hear every conversation. There is absolutely no privacy, no lifestyle in the homes that they're proposing, where you're going to have a line of homes with a courtyard at the front and an area at the back. It does not give privacy. It doesn't suit the aspect. So I just feel a lot of what the council are doing here, they've not considering the livable quality of a home, as in the loss of sun, loss of light, privacy, the fact that people have their own areas that are more secluded and private. So the idea of a row of houses side by side along a main road, you know, 2 or 3 stories high or whatever, is just not fair for quality of life. And the other problem is that they will do something before people are developing these properties, and with the drains and retaining walls and trees, that they will do something with this, with things that are 20 years old that are not legitimate or legal. So that is really the crux of my what I wanted to put forward today, is how will the council address these issues?
Thank you, Karen, for your submission. And our next submission is from Kim and Emily. Would you just be able to do the 5-minute bell, just because my phone's just died, so I can't time them anymore?
Yes, of course.
Cool, thank you. So Kim, your turn to share your submission with us today.
Sorry. Kim Bowen here, and I'm speaking on behalf of my husband John, and I've got my son Rob here as well. We live at Macra Beach, down in the right on the beach area. We've got a farm there. We object to the addition of significant natural areas onto private land, especially onto our private land. We feel private landowners are being penalised for being conservation minded. It was, as Hamish said, it almost goes against what the council are wanting to happen, because the council is now making it a liability for landowners to be conservation minded, because any future regenerating and restoring of our property will now likely lead to the council taking more of it under their control in the future. It seems to us as though the council is making it undesirable for people to allow their property to regenerate. We as landowners and farmers, we want to allow for restoration and regeneration of our property, but at our pace and control, not under control of the council. We've been at the beach area on this property for the past 31 years, and are now having our land removed from our control without any rights or compensation due to these SNAs. This property is the way it is today because of our choice to protect and nurture it. As stated in the council report, the estuary, which is just included in our farm, is the best and the biggest in the city. And remember that we have been guardians of it for the past 31 years. And landowners are becoming suspicious of the council and their representatives. History has shown when they have been invited onto private land, some of the information they gather has often been used against the landowner. What will these SNAs look like in the next round of council plans? I mean, once they're loaded onto the private properties, the council could quite likely modify them, allow public recreational use of these areas or other things. These areas are private land, and it should be specifically written into these areas that there is to be no public access or walkways. I've just got a couple of questions. If these SNAs go ahead, what compensation will be provided to private landowners? This is, to me, is like a silent land grab of private land. We have lost the use of part of our private property. And are the land rates from WCC going to be reduced on these properties with SNAs? We have lost the right to use a large area of our property as we wish. Are the council going to take responsibility of these SNAs for any slips, erosions, etc. that may occur? And what about damage that may occur to an SNA from private land after a natural disaster? It should be noted that landowners are not liable for any damage caused by natural means or water runoff from farmed areas. Should be included in it. We have stock grazing. Who's going to pay for and be responsible for fencing off and maintaining these areas? Some of these areas include vertical rock faces around the coastal area, and the law is you must fence to keep stock out. And also, as someone earlier said, we need an actual clear defined mapped areas of the proposed open space areas on our farm. We have several of those as well as the SNAs. It's been quite haphazard, it seems to be, as to how these areas are chosen and why, because there are actually areas of pasture included in some of our SNAs. Yes. I don't know if you've got anything to say. This is Rob.
I'm Kim's son. Yeah, basically, I'm pretty new to this, but I just had a quick look over it. And from my point of view, like working on the farm and that sort of thing, with the way I see it, And just to be honest, like the whole draft of it just looks pretty like poorly done. A big thing for me around it is like obviously having space for stock and being able to use the land that we have spent obviously thousands of dollars maintaining over years, and being able to use that for, you know, stock growth and work in running the farm. And with the way the plan is drawn, it's just so vague as to how they've got a big shaded area of potential what is wanting to be taken, but it's just, how the hell do you work on like a plan like that when it's not detailed specified plan with like a survey report and all that sort of thing? It just seems a bit poorly done from my side of view, you know. I mean, like, definitely all for making like you know, natural areas regrow, but the thing is, it's got to be clear and planned out, and I just don't think it's done very well from the council side of things. So.
Just letting you know you're out of time. Your 5 minutes are up.
Cool. Thank you, Emily, and thank you, Kim, and for that submission. Next, we're moving on to Tony from the Johnsonville Community Association. So Tony, you've got 5 minutes to speak to your submission.
Okay, thank you very much for the chance to speak. 5 minutes not quite long enough for us, but we'll make do. The JCA has put a very large submission in, covering a very large number of areas. I want to focus on a few particular areas. First of all, I want to say that we support the previous points, and I'm sure you've got lots of feedback on the SNA provision being applied to private property, and we request that those provisions are removed from the draft district plan. We also would like still to get a copy or get the City Council to review the MDRAs that was established in Johnsonville in 2013 to confirm whether or not, you know, it has been successful and met the goals of density down well, because it's our observation it has failed. The other key little point I want to point out is we also request removal of rule LCZ R11 around integrated retail activity, that be removed. Now, this is a requirement that large retail developments, such as the Johnsonville Mall, have to prove that they do not take business away from the CBD shopping. The assertion that this is really anachronistic and that and retail is struggling all over, and it's crazy that Johnsonville as a major area can have suburban development, but not great suburban development. I want to focus on two main points though in our submission. First of all, we really object to the future outcomes guidelines. This is a very, very bad move where the city is permitting or permit overhyped developments in advance if they meet certain wider goals. This actually puts the imposition of these higher density higher height developments on the local community, even though the benefits are spread much more widely, and we think this is a very, very bad move. We also noted that such developments could really have an adverse effect on neighbouring properties, as any high development can do, and yet the district plan doesn't have any compensation framework. Last but most importantly, we object to the overall set of rules that have the size and extent of our medium density area being expanded beyond, beyond the current catchment. Now, the current MDRA catchment is a 10-minute walking catchment, and the City Council has changed the rules and now defined it differently and had a much, much bigger walking catchment, leading to Johnsonville having the largest single piece of population plan growth in the whole city apart from the CBD. The planners and city council expect another 6,000 more people in Johnsonville on top of a population of about 10,000, and that is simply too massive and too big. We also have pointed out in great depth that we actually don't have very good public transport, and it doesn't really tick the box that the planners think it is ticked. We have the highest car use in the city. Our public transport service around the rail line is actually very poor and very slow, and the city has failed in providing any criteria whatsoever under which it assesses whether or not an area has good public transport or poor public transport or adequate public transport. It simply refuses to provide those criteria, even though it's mandated to do so by the urban planning statement and by guidance from the Ministry for the Environment to you about the fact that you need to have these designated rapid transit stops in your plans, and they're not there. So overall, this is not a very good plan for Johnsonville. It's very much too much of a targeted plan for Johnsonville. There are areas and suburbs which are equally or better suited for higher density development that are not being targeted. And just because we tick some rules around the railway line, it seems that we are being picked on without actually the city providing any good evidence that of its claims that we have great public transport. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Tony. Next, we've got Dougal. So Dougal, you've got 5 minutes. I'll let you know when your time's up. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, and thank you, councillors, for this opportunity to come along and talk. And look, I acknowledge the work that's gone into the spatial plan and the district plan. It's not an easy process, and you're balancing a lot of really difficult trade-offs. Just so to mix it up a little bit, I'll just share my screen if I can. Got a few slides just to kind of help the discussion. So I'm particularly talking today about Moya Street. Some of you will be familiar with Moya Street. That's a small street in Mount Victoria with an unusually high number of submissions on both the spatial plan and the district plan. I know that there was at least 20 submissions on both processes. So a considerable amount of interest from our residents and the process that you're going through. Moya Street is a really interesting space, and we think it's got a unique set of characteristics, which mean it just kind of needs a little bit of a different approach in the district plan. So it's recognised in the district plan, draft district plan, as both a character area and a heritage area. It's a really small little street with about 32 homes, all of which are 1 or 2 stories. Mixture of owners and renters, mixture of ages, babies through to elderly people. Very small, narrow sections and very low lying. We're right at the bottom of Mount Victoria, right on the border of the central city zone. So that means our sunlight and space really is at a premium. So to give you a bit of an idea of the kind of houses that we're talking about there, that's typical kind of houses on Moya Street. Super cute, super small, low-lying houses adjoining the central city zone. So in terms of what makes Moya Street unique in terms of the district plan, so it's in the medium density residential zone. It's identified as one of the character areas in Mount Victoria, and those have been constrained considerably through the updated process of the draft district plan. So not a lot of Mount Vic is covered by the character areas now. It's also in a heritage area. So there's only 4 heritage areas in the whole of Mount Vic. So Moya Street's one of those. So it's both a character area and a heritage area. It's also adjacent to the central area, and there's nowhere else in the whole of Mount Vic which has all of those characteristics. So it is really quite unique. And I think what's just been missed here is that the set of rules around the medium density residential zone have been kind of thought about, and the central zone rules have been thought about, and the interface between the two of them just needs a little bit of tweaking, really, just to kind of make that work better. So our main concern is the draft district plan would allow that on our back doorsteps, 6 to 8 story development right on Hania Street. Now that would have an impact on the heritage and character values that the district plan is trying to protect of Moya Street, which you can't mitigate through design controls. You simply cannot mitigate 8-story development at the rear boundary with design controls. That's just not possible. Good design can't be mitigated if it's 8 stories in terms of the impacts on heritage, sunlight, character, streetscape, noise, privacy, etc. So essentially what we're asking for is a buffer between Moya Street and Hania Street that only affects a very small number of properties. The district plan has clear high-level policy which says there's an intent to have good transition zones, transition space between residential areas and the central city zone, and they're just not there yet. So we're just suggesting some minor tweaks to the district plan to really kind of take into account this unique situation. So we've put forward some, you'll see in my submission, also in submissions from other residents as well, we're suggesting some minor tweaks to the policies of the central city zone, just to give some recognition of that interface and some tweaks to the rules, and just to kind of try and make sure that we're, it's got some good buffer there between those two areas. On the area as well, look, there are some real issues with it's really low lying. We've got some old streams which are piped and run through the end of Moya Street, which means that in significant rain events, we do get flooding. We have sewerage backflow events as well. So particularly along Hania Street, there is a real need for infrastructure investment before any kind of intensification can happen there without impacting on Moya Street. So just that recap, look, we really support reasonable development. But the height proposed on Hania Street will not protect the character and heritage values that you've identified on Moya Street. You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear, so to speak. You can't design your way out of an 8-story building. So we're requesting basically retaining the height transition controls that exist on Hania Street, and just work with the street residents on the details of that. We've got a really active community here, very, very interested in this process, and it'd be really welcome the chance to work with your team. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Dougal, for that and for the presentation as well. And finally, we have the Architectural Centre. So I see we've got Kate here, as well as John Gray and John Daish as well. Yeah, awesome. So you've got 5 minutes to present.
Thank you. I just put this up. Here we go. Kia ora koutou, and thank you for the opportunity to respond to the district plan, draft with district plan. So we represent the Architectural Centre that have been functioning in Wellington since 1946. That's our manifesto. The Architecture Centre supports the processes of densification and see this as the essential steps to meet environmental and population demands going into the future. We want to make it clear that we think good densification needs to be led by aspirational design guides. So the design guides sit within the district plan. The current design guides are, shall we say, reflecting existing fabric and character of areas and suburbs within Wellington. But as we move into this kind of future city, we need those design guides to go beyond what exists and to be aspirational for how the city could be. So we're suggesting that the design guides need to be widely and peer reviewed so that we can have more discussion about how those and what those design guides are aspiring to and how they do that. And passing over now to John Daish. You there, John? Sorry, I can't see him on the list of speakers. So I'll just talk to the slides that we've got from John. John Daish and John Gray have been working on a sort of proposal about an instance. Oh, yes, I can. Well done.
Excellent. Sorry about that.
Take over, John.
Yeah. During lockdown, John Gray and I spent time walking around the local area, the sort of inner suburbs of Wellington. And we realised it's a very unique sort of area. It's distinguished by roads, as we know, hugging the hill's contours, and they result in houses nestled well above and below those roads. So it's very unique, and it's exactly, we believe, the built fabric the spatial plan is seeking to encourage in the suburbs. We noticed too that they're very much underutilised road reserve land. It's making up the hilly suburban fabric. There's a whole lot of land, reserve land, crossed by footpaths to houses and on which garages encroach. But below and above and alongside these footpaths and garages, there's a substantial unused reserve land which invites habitation. So the third point I want to make is there's a potential here for contributing to the density within the inner suburbs, hilly suburbs of Wellington. But although the building on the road reserve, it would be modest in size, there'd be infill dwellings. When repeated across the suburbs, we'd have a potential significantly increase in the density and diversity of the suburbs, and yet maintain the scale of the existing built fabric that residents value. And John will now speak to the benefits to both the community and the council.
Hello.
Thank you.
Kate. Next slide.
Yep. Next one along.
Okay, I'd like to give you a few examples of the kind of use of road reserve for housing that we could see replicated across a fair bit of the 690 kilometres of road in Wellington. 10 metres width of which is road reserve out of the 20 allocated for each road. So in this picture, you see two houses, each with a double garage. The houses are peeping over the top, the right-hand one. The left-hand one has a building over the garage, which you might think is a habitable space, but it isn't, because the district plan prevents us from using road reserve for domestic or residential purposes. So this room, while it looks like a house, is actually more or less a storeroom. And the building on the right shows you, if you like, the potential or the before and after effect. If you put a building, a residential building, on top of or next to a garage. Okay, next is another example of the kind of situation we see right through the suburbs, of a couple of garages or even one with space above or alongside, which could be used for housing. If I go to the next picture, you can see the kind of thing we could have done with that last image, where built above those two garages into the space above, still well below the land or the lawn of the house above. This is about a 60 square metre apartment over those two garages that would accommodate two bedrooms. The next one shows the opposite side of that street, where the land falls away. The previous ones were cut into the bank on a hillside street. This one is below the bank, and then you see in the middle of this building a space for an apartment. And the next slide shows the kind of interior arrangement that you see, the flavour and character of the space, the size of it. It's a very, very popular space for two people. Certainly for one, it's an ideal space, and two is okay. But what I've shown you is a 37 square metre apartment, and the previous one was a 60 square metre apartment. They could range around that sort of figure, say an average of 50. If we did that, next slide.
We're just at 5 minutes, John, so if you could just wrap up, that would be
okay.
awesome.
I'll say that we have the sums, and Kate, the next slide, and the economics worked out, if anyone wants to look at this or ask questions, and thirdly, a list of the benefits and outcomes.
That's really helpful. Thank you for that presentation, and thank you, Kate, John and John, for that submission. So we've got about 13 minutes to ask questions, and I wish we had a little bit longer, but because there's so many of us, if you could use the hand up function if you had a question, councillors, then that's a lot easier for me. So we've got a first question from Mayor Foster.
Look, thanks. Two questions. One on the first couple of submissions, which is around the SNAs. I'm not quite sure where the community access bit comes in, because that's never been intended. And I was also interested in the bit about the quality of the Hamish in particular. You mentioned that the SNAs in your case has been over pine trees and bracken and other stuff like that, which can't possibly be what's intended. And then you said there's been no on-site assessment. So I just wanted to understand that, because we've been told there's been a lot of on-site assessment, but possibly not everybody has allowed for that. And I also took the point that I think Kim made about, not necessarily a whole lot of trust in that, but at some point in time, we've got to have decent information around that. And then the other bit is, you mentioned what compensation is available. That was Kim, and our land rate's going to be reduced. Now, that's one of the things that is an entirely possible proposition, that if there are areas which are in some sort of SNA, that there would be the ability to be able to look at not charging rates on those areas. So I'm just interested in your feedback on all of those things.
Let's start with Hamish.
The issues you raised with us, my understanding is the Wildlands report has been the crux of this analysis, which is a desktop study. I've spoken to council officers about this, and they have confirmed to me that it's based around the Wildlands analysis, which is a photography assessment with a literature study behind it. Nobody's been on our sites, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has sought approval to do so. There has been the offer to send an ecologist on the site to look at the bush, and I have pushed back on that because, again, there's a trust issue here about what happens when they come on site. So no, it is all desktop, as far as I'm aware.
So that's a bit of a problem, is it, in the sense of not being able to make it more than desktop if people can't go and have a look at it. How do we resolve that?
That's true, but I've had other ecologists that said don't let wildlands on your land because, to be brutally honest, they're Looney Tunes. So there is a whole trust issue here about you let the council on and then they take it to the next step and take all of your land away. And then there's no compensation on top of that. So I don't have the answer to that. But it's especially galling when, as I say, we've got a bridge that's been built there at great expense that's got an SNA sitting over it. It's just Looney Tunes. So when you take it from that perspective, that it's already defective data, letting them come on to do more craziness when you can clearly see there's a bridge there. The aerial photography shows houses, shows bridges, and it's got an SNA plonked over it. You just, on the first principles, it's bizarre.
So Tam, can I just finish off that one, just to say, I mean, is there a way which we can find a way of actually getting through that, what essentially is a trust issue, so we actually get decent information, so we can lop off the bits that don't stack up, and then we can talk about how we deal with bits that maybe do?
I've been talking with Tim Johnson and other people at the council for months now, saying this is a problem. How can we do that? And I've been told the only way is we should let one of the council's ecologists onto the site, or we should commission our own ecological study. And I said, well, the safest way for us is to remove the bush, unfortunately. It's not what we want, because we want to build a development there that's integrated with the bush, that is sympathetic with the bush. But it is, as happened in Auckland, when trees got to a certain size under the district plan, people just removed them because they're a liability. So the council or the officers have pushed us down this path, unfortunately. And we have, as I said, we were talking in the spatial plan about rezoning this area. Again, we got dropped on that one. We lost trust with the council after that particular episode as well.
Look, thank you, Hamish. Hopefully we can try and find a way through that trust issue.
Thank you.
Councillor Rush, although, oh yeah, here you are. Yeah, your turn to ask a question.
I was also interested in that question as well, Your Worship, about on-site inspection. I guess, I've lost my place, but I think, John, you finished up. I'm just interested about the road reserve thing and how I think you're sort of proposing to build some apartments or I guess some accommodation on top of garages that sit on road reserve. I mean, is that kind of the guts of what you were saying? Where are you, John? There you are.
Sorry, what was the
John Daish.
Oh, John. Yeah.
I think it was John Daish that was talking about road reserve.
Yes,
Yeah,
right.
we were.
Well, both of us did. Just to say, Councillor Rush, we've actually built a double garage on road reserve just opposite our house, and it's worked out very well finally. And underneath is about two stories of just where the piles have gone up. And as the builders say, that why don't you build an apartment underneath there? It'd be just beautiful, looking to the sun and city. And there are a number, and so my partner John Gray has done a detailed look around the suburbs, and there are many situations, both below and above the streets, where we could put small unit apartments. They will just gradually happen, but there's the regulations at the moment don't allow that to occur. And it's just the sort of infill that would provide diversity and for a whole, and also, for a whole range of demographics.
But John, would that require the garage owner, whoever's sort of got the rights to the road reserve, to agree to that? And there's nothing stopping them doing that, is there?
John Gray.
Well, what stops anyone putting a residential building on top of or beside or behind a garage on road reserve is that the council will not allow dwellings on road reserve.
Oh, okay, I get it.
And
I'll
that's-
let someone
and
else
with that
ask a question.
simple-
I have more though.
With that simple change, you could achieve, if you use 1% of the road frontage, you would get 1,700 houses. So
Okay.
if
I
only
see the point
5%,
now.
if 5% was used, that's 8,500 houses. To suit a demographic that's sorely under supplied with or without good access to affordable housing. These are all the essential workers like nurses and teachers, solo people often, and they need a space where they could live. It would be brilliant. And it's a good result for the city, for the tenants, and also for the investor.
It's really useful information. Thank you, John. Yes, you got muted, Sean, because you kept interrupting his answer and I couldn't hear it properly. So, Mayor Foster, you've got some more questions.
Yeah, look, thank you. This time my question is for John and John. And so my understanding at the moment is that it's not actually the district plan that's the problem with this. It's the fact that it's road reserve, and road reserve, somebody could come along, council could come along, build a road at some point in time. And so we need to go through the road stopping to give the confidence that somebody will be able to build a house there and then not have the house at some stage taken away. So we've actually raised this many times to the government. The road stopping process is horribly long and expensive. And in fact, I raised that yesterday when we had a discussion about encroachments. Say we'll give it another go, because I think armed with the information you've given us, it's just more grist to the mill to say, actually, come on, government, can you make this easier so that we can get this sort of housing development to happen? So my question is, does that sound like a good idea? And can you help us with that?
We certainly will try. Thanks, Andy. That's good. We don't see any, the roads still stay there, of course. It's the other part of the land that is unbuilt on. The road reserve is quite wide. The road itself is only a portion of that. So no road stoppage as such.
No, it's the process of legal road stopping.
Okay.
It's the legal road. It's not stopping the road itself. So it's just, and as you quite rightly say, all of our roads are, I think it's 20 metres as opposed to 20. Or 22 metres. And most of them are nowhere near that physically.
We're certainly happy to help any way we can on that.
Yeah, no, that will be very much appreciated. We'll give it another go.
Great.
Thank you.
Cool. We've probably got time for one more question. Yep, Councillor Rush, you can have the last question.
Could be for Hamish, could be for Kate. I'll throw it to Hamish and maybe Kate might comment. Because Kate, you talked about supporting densification Hamish, I mean, you're in the, sounds like you're the property business. What really is the market in terms of young greenfield, balancing with greenfield somewhere, you know, Brooklyn, I think you mentioned, where you've got some land, or elsewhere west of Happy Valley or something?
Sorry, can you repeat that question, because you broke up for me there? I couldn't actually hear what the question was.
Sorry, Hamish. I'm just sort of wondering, do you think we will young families want to live in high density accommodation, or should we be having some balance and bring in some, you know, zoning for greenfield developments?
Well, we've got, I think these two sites we've talked about. Kaifara is right now under the draft plan for a high density development down there on a damaged building, which I personally struggle that anybody should live there, but it meets the requirements for close to the buses and close to town, etc., etc. But I don't think it's a great zone to live in. Whereas you compare Brooklyn up there, which is again close to the buses, pretty close to the shopping centre there in Brooklyn, and would have a nice bush environment if we keep 80% of the bush, but with the SNAs, it'll kill it, make it very difficult. So what the plan will do will force us to develop Kaifara, which I think is a far inferior product, might be slightly cheaper, but it will be a far inferior product and denser and so on. And we'll be able to do that as of right. So I don't know if that's answering your question at all. I think there is a demand across the segment there, and I go back to the trickle-down principle, though people hate the term, that no matter where you build a house, it frees up another house somewhere else. So, you know, even if somebody builds a McMansion somewhere, somebody's going to move from a house to that other house, which frees up a lower price house. All right. So building the housing stock is ultimately the aim. And you try and play with and focus it, say we want low cost housing, well, you'll probably create some perverse disincentive there. So yeah, I think there's demand across the board. I mean, our places we're talking about in Brooklyn are, you know, still reasonably small. They're still, you know, 100, 110 square meters. So they're not big palatial places. They will be duplexes predominantly around there that integrated into the bush, keeping, as I say, 80% of the bush. But that project will probably be scotched, or the bush will be heavily pared back before the SNA comes in. Don't know if that answered your question. Sorry, Sean.
Well, probably out of time, I'm guessing, Chair.
Yeah, we are out of time, but just wanted to thank everyone for their submissions this afternoon. Hopefully I'm not, oh, yeah, cool, sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties. Thank you so much for your submissions. They were really useful and really helpful and thoughtful and insightful. Yeah, just thank you on behalf of all councillors that are here, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and stay safe. And for councillors, we will be back at 2:35 in a much bigger group with more participants and more councillors. So I'll see you again very shortly. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Awesome, so we can get underway, I believe, and hopefully Daryl jumps on soon, unless they're not able to make it anymore. Cool, well, kia ora everybody. Hope you're having a nice afternoon so far. So welcome to our district plan forums today, this afternoon. My name is Councillor Tamitha Paul. I'm going to be facilitating these sessions in this corridor that we're going to have this morning. So you're joined by some of your councillors and the mayor. So we've got, I can see Councillor Matthews, Councillor Rush, Councillor Day is here just with the screen off. We've got Councillor Foon. Welcome, Councillor Foon, to our table. Awesome. And we've got the mayor here as well. And from our awesome officer planning team, we've got Sarah Dixon. And I think that's everyone. Hopefully I'm not missing anybody out. Yeah, so basically the way that these work, you get 5 minutes each per submission to speak to whichever part of your submission that you'd like to share with us today and to really take into account. And after we've heard from everybody, we'll have a bit of a discussion. There might be some questions, or people might want to dig into particular parts of your submission today. So we've got 4 submitters, I believe. So we're going to start off with Aaron and Vin. Kia ora to both of you. And you've got 5 minutes. I'll let you know when your time is up.
Sure. I'm not sure whether I would actually take 5 minutes, but that's okay. We've got a site off my client. He has a site at 283 Middleton Road in Glenside, near the intersection of Westminster Drive and Middleton Road, quite a major intersection up to Chewton Park. And it's currently zoned as rural. And we've been in the process now working on the site for about 3 or 4 years, with the attempts of wanting to develop that into something of residential nature. So currently there is one building on the site that actually accommodates 3 separate units. It's been cut into 3 separate tenancies. And the idea is that we would demolish that building and create as many residential lots and houses on there as we would be allowed to do. It's a 6,090 square metre site, so 0.6 of a hectare. A lot smaller than a lot of the other sort of rurally zoned sites around the area. And we believe that that supports our belief that we should be able to have that rezoned as residential, so that we can then develop it into lots that can be used for housing. There is one reasonably significant challenge this has, other than the fact that it's zoned rural, and that is that it has the Pūroro stream running through the edge of it. About 2.5 years ago, we engaged Āmua, who are sort of natural water resource specialists, to do some flood modelling for us at significant expense. I think it was around about $50,000. And we did that because at the time we'd been in some early negotiations with the Wellington City Council around trying to get that rezoned through the standard district plan sort of resource consent process. However, since getting that modelling done, we've been led to believe that no, it's not going to be possible to get it done through that process, and we need to rely on a plan change, such as what's happening at the moment. So that flood modelling did show that around about 1/3 of the site is going to be covered in flood water in a 1 in 100 year flooding activity, and that includes global warming and such. It also includes, should there be blockages and things further downstream that would back the water up and things. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, that we have spent a significant amount of money and time and efforts looking into that. There was also, being that it's so close to the that major intersection, there is actually buses that travel past that site in a bus stop less than 100 metres away from one corner of that site. So why I'm bringing that up is there is good scope for public transport, vehicle parking, biking, and those sorts of things, which is all handy, and amenities and things to the site. It has a very long road frontage out to Middleton Road of about 90 metres. So it's not a short road frontage and very long back into the site. It does have a very long road frontage, which we think again lends itself to residential development. From negotiations with Wellington City Council a couple of years ago, they did bring up the idea of trying to create some a buffer zone next to the stream to create some separation from the road to the housing beyond. That was when they were in tentative support of something happening there from a residential nature. But as I said, since then it seems to have backtracked and we've gone backwards, and now they've said no, we're not able to do that. So I guess in summary, it's currently zoned rural, as we said. However, it's not a rural use, being so small. It's not suitable for any rural sort of development or exposure or anything. Rather, it would be more suitable as residential use, we believe. We've outlined in the submission that we've given as part of this, the pre-paperwork before this meeting, how we believe that there's good amenable facilities and things nearby in the area, and so we're requesting for 283 Middleton Road, Glenside, to be rezoned as residential for housing development.
Cool, thank you very much for your submission. Next, we have got Karen and Kevin.
Kia ora, I'm Kevin Marshall. I currently own 2 properties in the heritage protected area of Āmua Valley. My properties are of a high standard, and in 2005, I added an additional dwelling to 32 Ahira Road. I was given resource consent. I was given consent by my neighbours, but it still had to get a non-notified resource consent. The design guide was very detailed about how I should have to fit in with the surrounding properties. My neighbours' approval was granted because I demonstrated to them no adverse effects. I excavated down, did not reduce view, sunshine or light. Site coverage was just over 40%. I provided ample outdoor quality living for both of the dwellings. When Karen and I lived in Āmua Valley, we would regularly paint out lampposts, tagging, graffiti, garages, fences, because we actually took pride in where we lived. So I cannot perceive any positive effects of a society that allows neighbours not to care about the flow-on effects of their developments or developers' greed. I strongly believe that New Zealand, and especially Wellington in particular, is going to regret this intensification of the suburbs. The CBD is for apartment dwellers, and the heritage buildings surrounded should not be dominated by ridiculous intensification at the expense of existing ratepayers who have funded years of this rates which have been squandered and not used for infrastructure. I'm not opposed to development, but I believe development should be thoughtfully thought out, and I don't believe what's currently proposed has any indication as even slightly going to give a positive flow-on effect for society. When you take away sunshine and people's views without having any disregard for your neighbours, it's not like when I got my proposal granted, I actually wanted to fit in with my neighbours in my neighbourhood. And I strongly believe 11 metres in a huge amount of Āmua Valley, totally disregarding their neighbours at 100% site coverage is far too harsh.
Hi, my name is Karen. I have qualifications in science and law from the United States. I've lived in New Zealand for over 15 years, and most of that time has been in Āmua Valley. I've cited 5 separate concerns with the proposed plan. One is the building height developments, particularly in inappropriate areas. The draft plan does not seem to take into account that most of our street has a geography that makes it very dark for winter in particular. Regarding Marmar Crescent, this is a very small cul-de-sac and already very congested, so not a logical place for intensification. And in terms of questioning how this plan came about, would it not make more sense to target sites that are closer to the city center and therefore already having the infrastructure for high density builds? Would it not make more sense to consider whether the originally calculated number of dwellings is still relevant given the pandemic and the changes in people working from home and not coming to the office on 5 days a week? Would there not be more appropriate building sites amongst 500 buildings in Wellington that are slated for demolition over the next 4 years due to earthquake concerns? Would it not make more sense for a plan to be divided into smaller stages and regions rather than all the regions, particularly Āmua Valley, being developed all at once? In terms of neighbors' consent, again, I agree with Kevin that neighbors should be able to object based on significant changes to daylight and character buildings. In terms of 2-hour minimum for daylight, this is far too low and doesn't take into account significant psychological and physiological impacts on low light levels. In terms of 50 to 100% site coverage, full site coverage should only be allowed in very small number of cases, given that we'll have psychological and physiological impacts on new residents as well as pre-existing residents. We'll permanently remove trees and green spaces without compensatory plantings. In terms of having no consent to demolish pre-1930 buildings, character buildings are an essential part of Wellington. To put 4 to 8-story developments next to character homes is a slap in the face to neighbors, including us, who have followed the previous guidelines and done their best to restore and protect the history of their homes. In conclusion, intensification in cities is correlated with increasing incidents of mental illness, including depression and anxiety. Intensification can lead to division in communities and further isolation of certain individuals and groups. Therefore, steps towards intensification need to be taken carefully with full consideration of the effects on new and pre-existing residents. The draft plan does not seem to be a careful consideration of the relevant issues. It seems to focus entirely on a particular number of dwellings that are supposed to be fit into Wellington and how to squeeze this number of dwellings into the city. The needed number of dwellings was calculated some time ago and is most likely out of date in view of the lifestyle and work changes caused by the pandemic. Most critically, the draft plan seems to have forgotten that this is the capital city of Aotearoa and it deserves to be built with care and respect.
Cool, thank you, Karen and Kevin. And Kevin, I remember having a chat with you after the Aro Valley community meeting last year, so good to hear from you again. So next up, we've got Dr. Paul Lashka. Kia ora, Dr. Paul. You've got 5 minutes to have a chat to us.
Kia ora, thanks, Councillor Paul. Kia ora koutou katoa. And particularly greetings to all the councillors and thanks to all of you, because I know that every one of you, regardless of your views, have put in days and days of effort and lots of angst into this district plan, and you can't satisfy everybody. But I did just want to say a particular thanks to Councillor Day, because I know that amongst this group, she's the one who's not going to be around to see the end of the process. And so we'll miss you, Councillor Day, but you really have made a difference. So ngā mihi nui. I'm going to talk a little bit about green spaces, which some of you know is an area that I've done work in and I'm quite passionate about, but also because it integrates a lot of the other various parts of the district plan. Different chapters have got a lot to say about green spaces. So I've tried to look across at different parts of the draft district plan and say something about how green spaces come into that. So the general points that I want to just go through in these highlights would be, first of all, it's really great to finally see a recognition that green spaces and green areas are part of our infrastructure in the city. They're actually just as important as the roads, the sewage and the stormwater. And they also help to manage those other kinds of infrastructure more effectively. And quite a few of my sub-points sort of make specific points about, for example, roading, green spaces and roading, and green spaces in our natural fresh waters for stormwater flows. So that I've just tried to sort of really emphasize that point about green spaces being part of our city infrastructure. I just wanted to say a little bit about, well, why do I focus on green spaces? Other reasons why I focus on green spaces and what kinds. And we have to recognize that there's all kinds of green spaces. There's a continuum, which I've put a little diagram at the end of my submission. And we know about the iconic places, the Otari Wiltons, the Te Kopahau Reserve kind of places. And they are rightfully recognised as significant natural areas, and are lots of places that have really huge natural values. But there's actually a continuum from those iconic places through to the everyday places that we have.
And then what do you do?
Turn the volume up. That's up.
That we have in all parts of the city. So it's really important to recognise these proposed SNAs, significant natural areas. They are absolutely the cornerstone of our natural areas, what protects the ecosystem, the services that all our natural areas provide. But they are just a starting point. They're not the end of the process. We have to recognise the relationship of these iconic natural areas, the SNAs, to all the other everyday places. So this is why they're a continuum, they're also a network. And that's what the Green Network Plan has, I think, made a very good job of recognising. So I'd commend the Green Network Plan and working that into all aspects of the notified district plan. Recognise the connections between all our different kinds of natural areas, the places that our two submitters from Āmua Valley, which is close to where I live, the sort of things that they're saying as well. And we really have to be very nimble in planning and providing for that whole network of green spaces, not just the iconic ones. I think that's really the take-home message there. So if we look at, for example, the central city, where we have a declining supply, in effect, the supply per person, because the population is growing very rapidly. And not everybody can access the town belt or the waterfront. Not everybody can get out to those places. So we need lots of small green spaces close to where people live. There's lots of evidence from all around the world showing that people need green space close to where they live to provide for their well-being. And again, that's part of the network idea, but also in our suburban centres, and particularly, which I think will be rightfully the next focus of intensification. We need to think about those things as at the same time as we think about intensification. So I'll finish there, but I just want to make one comment about the decision that the council made yesterday on the restoration protection or restoration work the council's doing in the annual plan, and I was thrilled to see that. It was a great decision, but recognise it for what it was. What you agreed to yesterday was it was really routine or deferred maintenance of our green infrastructure. It wasn't transformational in itself. So what you're looking at now is transformational. It's to embed some far-sighted policies and to embed best practice in all aspects and all sectors through long-term planning. And I just hope that that my submission has helped to sort of establish the position of one particular aspect of our city infrastructure in your long-term planning. So good luck for it.
Thanks, Dr. Paul, and thank you for all the work that you do, and thanks for your email on Sunday around the annual plan debate. It was much appreciated. So our final submitter, before we have a bit more of a discussion and some questions, is we have Daryl from the Interprofessional Trust. Kia ora, Daryl, welcome. You've got 5 minutes to speak to your submission, and then we'll have some time afterwards for questions and discussion. I'll just send you a prompt to unmute, and you should be able to click that and it should unmute. Here we go. Emily, would you be able to explain where the mute button is on a Windows computer on the Zoom app? Because I've got an iPad, so it's in a slightly different place. And sorry if you can hear my dog snoring.
I can hear your dog snoring.
It's been at marketer all day, so he's very exhausted. Emily's just on the phone to Daryl at the moment, so they should be able to unmute shortly. I'm just going to mute again. How about let's do maybe one question, just while Emily helps Daryl out with that, and then we can hear from him afterwards. So councillors, did you have any questions for our submitters? Councillor Rush and then Councillor Foon.
Yeah, it was for Paul actually. I was thinking about the waterfront and how that's been really rejuvenated since I was a young student. So I was surprised to hear that some people can't access the waterfront or the town belt. Is that just because of disability or age, or is there other barriers?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Councillor Rush. It's an important question. It's not just disability, although of course there are people who have specific disabilities. But I think the important thing to remember is that as you go through life, you know, from being a baby, you know, in the care of your caregivers or your parents.
Familiar with it. That bit.
You know, well, and then through to, you know, when you're getting even older than me, you need looking at, you just can't get to places that are away from your home. You know, there are all sorts of things that can help with mobility, but basically there's an idea around in planning called universal access, which is all about making provision for everybody to be able to access places. And in the case of people who are very young or very old, or who have a specific disability, if you're providing for those people, then you're actually helping everybody. That doesn't mean that everybody has the right to access every place at any time, however they like, but it basically means it's a human right aspect as well as something that's good for open space design. So I just gave one example of the waterfront. Because it's flat, it's probably easier for people to get to, but certainly what I mentioned would apply quite strongly to most parts of the town belt, because for obvious reason the town belt is on hills. And there's one really great example of that. Some of you will know that I've done work on an analysis of the green spaces in different parts of the central city, and in the Lambton part, it's actually got more green space than the other two census areas that we looked at, but that's because of that huge, great steep hill behind St Mary's Church and going up towards the terrace.
I know it.
University. Well, that's one of the least accessible places of, you know, anywhere I can think of. And there is actually a wonderful little reserve there, but it's so steep and it's really that hard to access. You know, it's just not usable by that many people.
It was always difficult walking home from the pub actually back in the late 80s as well, but on the way down it was called Punk Park, that place. But yeah, anyway, okay, thanks Paul.
Still a bit of a punk park too.
Cool, thanks guys. So we're just going to go over to Emily. So Emily's got Daryl on the phone, so Daryl's going to do his presentation that way. So thanks Daryl, hope you can hear us, but we're ready and keen to listen to your submission when you're ready.
So Daryl, you can speak here on the phone and everyone should hear it on Zoom.
Yes, you're hearing Emily?
Yes.
Okay, I'll hand you over to one of the members of the trust who's also here. So I'll let him say hello first. He's here. How are you? So now if I hold up, so can you see this?
Yep, we can see that.
You can see the next page. Will you see this?
Yep, we can see your screen.
You've got that all right?
Yep.
So that is how all of the world were planned from at least the Renaissance. but actually the Romans started it. So where you've got your height limits set for each area, this is what the precedents they should use. It is the best system in the world. It has been for a long time. And the Wellington equivalent is shown. You turn over a few more pages to page 6. That is how the suburban areas were planned. With the buildings, the cottages were built around the edges, and the interior was all built in. Now, regrettably, this was forgotten during the First World War. As you know, you can't rely on architects and planners to know their history properly. So they ignored it and began dividing up the background. What was really done, we should never have introduced building possession plans. As high pitch was, we should have let those buildings up 2, 3, 4-story high and not subdivide the interior. Because the interior gives you the views across the window. So, if you go back to page 4, you'll see what Edinburgh and another European city, they were all the same. They all planned it the same way. It's on page 4. But if you go to page 5, you'll see what we did in Wellington and every other city in the colony, really. All the houses were on the edges, most of the streets, 2, 3, 4 stories high. And you can see the gap between them. There's no windows in the walls. They don't need the windows in the walls. They've got windows front and back. And that was the case throughout Europe. And it came here as well. So that is what we should aim for. I'll show you again on page 3, I think it is. Now, all those houses in south of Wellington, the little red balloon up at the top of the page, is the one I bought and lived in from 1967 to 1973. It had no side windows. Nobody had side windows. Nobody complained. Now, as you know, I've been doing this for 65 years, and my experience with the public is that they're great fibbers. So, although they say they want side windows, they're actually fibbing because we did a survey. Here, these are the pages. This first one was we surveyed council. He was asked to take part on the 21st of April 2010, but he was too busy. But out of all the other councillors, only 2 responded. But we did get this one here. Can you see this? That there? That's the survey sheet from the young woman who surveyed the public. You'll see on the left-hand side that was in Newtown, that was Seaton. This page here was in Pūroro, the beehive and the architectural school. This one here was Town Planning Council. There was this. Cubis Street, Narrow Street. And there's another sheet. Thorndon. This sheet is Thorndon, Newtown, Wakefield, and Newtown, Willis, and New World Willis Street. And we're now doing another survey. Now that brought in 62 people. And what we showed them were the 3 photographs that are on, what page are they on? I was hoping I could see dozens of them, hundreds of photographs of houses and buildings. So I think we've done.
What we can do, Daryl, is I can share the document with all the councillors afterwards, so they have all of your photos, because it is quite hard for us to see. And also, I think you are also running out of time, so maybe if you could just wrap up now.
Okay. Well, the other thing I'd like to say is that if you go to pages, the precedents, everything should be based on precedents. Don't for heaven's sake believe and bring you a new idea. They all failed. The British style, the Californian bungalow, everything failed except the timeless style. Even the Victorian failed. It was too big. So have a look at what we're saying about the only style that the sea should promote, and in particular when they do statues and some ideas. I was in charge of the CBD of Glasgow. I planned several 3 kilometres from the town. And my last appointment was to go to the Foreign Office to Brazil. So I wasn't entirely a fool, but my profile here has been somewhat different because I've always been.
Right.
Have a look at what we're saying about the design guide. It should be based purely on photographs of absolute proven success. Because what I've turned out all the way through my career, they've been wrong. That forecast like fashion was, and it's turned out to be a foreign fashion.
Thank you, Darryl. I think we'll have to stop you there.
I should actually come here and visit with you all for more than that. The track route.
Okay, thank you, Emily, for talking to Darryl, and I just muted you. Sorry, Darryl, just wanted to make sure there was enough time to ask questions of submitters, but thank you to you and your colleague there who I can see for your submission, and luckily we've got your written submission and can take a deeper dive, and we can get in touch if we have any further questions. So thank you both for your submission. So now I'm going to go back to the question list. So Councillor Thune, you've got a partai?
Yes, kia ora for Paul. Paul, just thinking about, and hearing from Karen and Kevin that, we've got some balances to strike here around needing to intensify closer to the city and closer to amenities so that people can move around easier. But how important, in your view, is say extending the green network plan into these growth areas and what kind of balance will that help strike in your view?
Oh, thanks, Laurie. Yeah, it is complicated, and I have to say I haven't read the green network plan in all its detail and thought about how it all the aspects about how it integrates into the district plan. But I mean, clearly we have to allow for intensification. I mean, that's one principle. And so the big dilemma is how do you get open space and green space at the same time as you get intensification? And I don't actually think that the council's got it quite right in terms of the balance, because I think that intensification and leaving open space means that you actually have to have tall buildings, and you have to have plenty of space between the tall buildings, especially in the central city and in the suburban centres as they intensify. And that's probably a big change for a lot of people. So there's a big there's a lot of work required to sort of think about what that means for our city here in Wellington, when that hasn't been the norm. And we've, if I've understood Darryl's submission right, he's told us a lot about styles of architecture and house design that have worked for hundreds of years, but in another part of the world, how to transfer those ideas here. So, I mean, I don't know a lot of, I haven't traveled that widely, but the few cities that I've been to, I've seen very, very tall apartment blocks that work for me because there's a lot of space between the apartment blocks. I'm not talking about Hong Kong style development. I'm talking more about sort of, I've seen it in Vancouver, for example. I've seen it in a couple of European cities. So I think space between large, tall cities is very important. And personally, I think that the council definitely got it wrong in mandating 6-story minimums. I think that the intention of the national policy statement was clearly that the all district plans must allow 6 stories, cannot prohibit 6 stories, but this idea that they mandate a 6-story minimum, I don't think is right. That's my own opinion, and some of the professionals I've talked to in this area. And if so, I'd be in favour of having very little restriction on the heights of the upward heights of the buildings, but not saying that there has to be a minimum. There has to be a minimum height for them. So that's just one suggestion that I'd put up. And I do raise the issue. If an organisation, well, let's say a church wants to rebuild. It doesn't want to rebuild a 6-story building. It wants to rebuild a church, which may.
Excuse me, Paul.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, but we don't have 6-story minimums. We won't have a minimum height requirement outside of the central city. There's no minimum height requirements in our plan.
Yeah, that's right, and I. But even in the central city, I'm not convinced that it's necessary.
Okay. Cheers. Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry if I've got that wrong and sort of saying that that's everywhere. And this is probably, the city council's district plan is probably not the place to have a go at the central government's intensification policy. I mean, the city council's got a problem because it's got to try and sort of.
Everywhere is the place to have that go.
Look, I support it, but it's not a minimum. I think that's really important.
Okay, well,
so for example, if a building needs to, we need to rebuild the church, there's absolutely no requirement to be contested.
Thanks for coming in on that point. That is an important one. I mean, I'll leave it at that. There's lots of other points, Laurie, but that was just one important one, and let other people enter into the discussion.
Cool, thanks for that, Dr. Paul. Councillor Day, you've got a question?
Kia ora. My question is actually for Paul as well. Sorry, Paul, we're exhausting your expert knowledge here. Thank you for your kind words before. We haven't really had many comments in this particular discussion around significant natural areas. Obviously, people here aren't necessarily as impacted by them as some of the other groups that we've heard from have been. But I just wonder what you would say to landowners who are concerned about what it means for their property rights sort of issues, and if you've had sort of much experience or thoughts about talking with people about that.
Thanks, Councillor Day. Yes, I have had a bit of experience of those sorts of discussions from both sides. I guess I'd make I'd make 2 points. One is that from my experience, Wellington City Council, the process that you've followed in coming to the draft SNAs that you've now got, it could possibly be the best process that I've encountered. It's certainly up there, and it's a hugely better than some of the disastrous efforts in some of our neighbouring cities. The second point is that it's always difficult to sort of get out of your own bubble, but I do have the impression that thinking about Wellington City as a whole, that regardless of the amount of noise that you get about SNAs and property rights, the process is a very robust one, and I think the council's got every reason to sort of stand by where it's got to on SNAs, and property rights have never been totally unfettered. I mean, there are lots of things that you can't do on your property if they are dangerous to other people. So I'm not an anti-property rights freak, but I do recognise that property rights have always had some element of fettering on them.
Thank you.
Councillor Foon.
Kia ora. This is a question for Karen and Kevin. I just wanted to ask if you had been able to have a look at the design guides in the district plan, and did you have any thoughts about those, you know, as a compromise to how we're trying to bridge this intensification but do good design and good building as well?
As a builder, I'm a builder as well, so I'm not actually anti-development. So please, you know, I'm an owner, and I actually think, you know, what Dr. Paul just said before, stomping on individual ownership's rights. I believe the current proposals for site coverage, where currently Āmua Valley is protected under 40% site coverage, I believe it's extremely big jump. And you know, we used to have Pūroro Drive as a cutoff, where the high rises were predominantly there, except for some pre-70s council flats that were really on the other side of the road. It was never deemed that the city would grow to such an extent that you would then be 7 stories in the residential area, 7 to 8 stories in the residential area, 100% site coverage. I believe that if this is the proposal, I mean, I realise the government is driving a little bit of but their proposals have not gone anywhere near 100% site coverage. There's a maximum 3 dwellings and 3 stories. And I sort of wonder really where the council believes that they're not going to be actually impinging on the existing person's rights if they approve a development that is actually going to marginally or majorly affect the value of the property next door. Because you're basically giving them the clean slather. They don't have a lot. I mean, I haven't studied, I've studied previous design guides when I did my development, and I've realized that the existing rules are a lot worse when you're going 100% site coverage, and to get your no actual grounds, you might have an internal deck or a small deck, but the building code doesn't actually, that's another thing you need to understand, is that the building code is a very poor standard of workmanship. And we can talk about how they're going to be upgrading it for years and years and years. But the recent development in Brooklyn, our friends were living in it, and they were paying $850 a week rent, and they could hear the snoring from the chap next door. Now, that's a brand new development, just, you know, only finished just 1.5 years, 2 years ago. You know, if we're going to be doing intensification, this current building code, I believe it's terrible that we're going to end up with just neighbours, because the antisocial neighbours could just create havoc on the existing ownerships of existing people. And I just don't believe it's a very fair system. And I struggle to think I want to live in a city that's going to be heading this direction. I mean, you might think it'll be great, but I know I'll be removing lots of people when I move out of it or sell my property. It'll probably go to a homeowner. It won't be developed because it's already been developed. And all of those existing people living in it, and there's 6, 7, 8, 9 in one property, that'll be down to probably quite a wealthy people who want to live close to the city. So it might be 1, 2, maybe 3 people. So we're going to actually create, when all of the homeowners are going to vacate and kick out their rental tenants because they can't be bothered with this new system, and look at where it's going to impact them on the long-term picture, because they don't want to see a 7-story building right next to their house. They're going to potentially leave these properties empty because they can't be bothered dealing with the city council or where it's heading. Do you not think that could be the effect?
Yeah. Just excuse me, Kevin, I seem to have the job as interrupter. Which
I'm going to need you to put your hand up.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
We don't have a lot of time left, and
just that I'm not. Yeah, I just don't think that's clear about I don't think there's anywhere in the plan that has 100% site coverage. So that's just was a point of clarification around that. So yeah, thank you. Sorry,
yeah.
Sorry, Chair.
It might not be 100% site coverage, but on the maps you clearly show the outline of the entire dwelling. On all the maps are giving pretty much the entire areas, 11 metres. I mean, it's indicative. It's not defined of 100% site coverage per se, but they're saying this map is saying all these areas could be developed up to 11, 21, 22.
I think it's like 50% maximum site coverage still, so yeah.
We haven't said.
But in Āmua Valley, 50% site coverage.
Is that what you're saying, an arrow?
But it's still the height plane too. Isn't the height plane going to be what's affecting these people with a lot of you know, if I look at my neighbour who's currently, I dug down below, so effectively you're telling me that they at ground level could go 11 metres above me as of right and block my tenants, which I dug down so I could be respectful for them. So I'm looking at it going, well, that would be like a property within about 3 metres of my boundary would be overpowering it by 14 metres in total.
Okay, we're going to move on and let Sean ask a question before we finish. Sorry, Councillor Rush, your question.
Oh, thank you, Kevin. Kevin, so I'm a bit worried that all this high density stuff, and you raised some issues about how close they are not really going to be attracting the young families that I really want to see in Wellington, and that they're going to go to the Hutt, Wainui and Kapiti Coast. Is that a real fear, or am I just...
I totally agree. I believe that where you're going to see the development is going to be Kaingaora are going to be doing the developments. They're going to put in the people, which not always, you know, we're talking about that these people are, some of them are going to be not working, some people are going to be down on their luck, not earning, but they're not going to bring the vibrance to Wellington that a professional couple who are working that with their children are going to go to the parks, going to go to restaurants and actually bring the city alive. And it's, I believe it's just an intensification. We've got this ability that there's 500 odd buildings that have to be demolished or probably will be nominated for demolishing within 3 or 4 years in the maybe CBD. Now, I understand Dr. Paul saying that he wants to see some green space go up at the same time, but some of these are 1 or 2 stories on Cuba Street. Now, Cuba Street's riddled with high rises amongst it, but we can pick and choose where developments go that can go extremely high and not affect their neighbours. The corner of Aro and Willis Street, which is, there's a council flat, is it Bright White or something like that?
General Parlour? I used to live next door to it.
No, on the other side of the road, but basically, you know, with the Shalimars Dairy and that complex, it's privately owned, but it's earthquake risk, it's not worth a lot of money. But then there's the council flats, you know, these areas could be extensively developed, and I don't have a problem if it's Kaingaora developing those properties because they have to have a street to allow lots of natural light into those dwellings, but they don't actively affect the neighbourhood or the building right next to them. And so, you know, it's about basically being just respecting your neighbour. Because when I did my development, I never once thought I wanted to go roughshod. But I understand a lot of developers do, and all they care about is the maximum profit. And I'm very worried the type of people you'll get that will just say, and they'll look at one section and go, right, I can get 7 stories in there, and they don't care about neighbours on either side. And that's what you're allowing with this plan. And you're not staging it to where the infrastructure's even been upgraded. So if you staged your changes...
Kevin, I'm just going to have to get you to wrap up soon, sorry.
Okay, that's fine. I just quickly want to say, if you stage your developments in areas to say that as the area's infrastructure is upgraded, we are then going to progress it. You're opening up Āmua Valley now, and the infrastructure's not been upgraded for 10 years. So all of that is just jumping the gun. The CBD is going to be upgraded first. The CBD is where should be intensifying first. That's what I'm going to say. Thank you. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you everybody so much for your submissions. And we have learned a lot and heard all of your perspectives, and we will be in touch later on with how the rest of the district plan process will work. So thank you so much for your time this afternoon, and take care.
Thank you.
And councillors will be back at 20 to 4.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tam, I've got to go to...
Good to see you there as well. And we've got Adam back, cool. Kia ora, Adam. And Andrew. And we've got Dave. And it says we've got Dougal again, but we obviously already heard from Dougal, so. And Joy. Cool. So I'm just going to wait for Joy to jump in and then we're going to get started. Kia ora, Joy. Thanks for
Sorry,
joining us.
for a minute. I disappeared. Sorry.
All good. Got you there. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'm slightly late. I couldn't get the internet on the computer for a moment, so it just delayed me.
All good. Glad to have you now. So we'll get started. So kia ora everyone. Welcome to our district plan forums this afternoon. So the way that these run are you get around 5 minutes to speak to your submission. And we'll go through everyone, and then once everyone's had their say, councillors might have questions for you, or you might want to ask each other questions, and we'll kind of dig into some of the content that you've raised. So councillors we have here today is myself, Councillor Tabitha Hall, kia ora, I'll be facilitating this kōrero. We've got Councillor Sean Rush, Councillor Rebecca Matthews, Councillor Laurie Foon, and Councillor Jill Day, who may turn her video off as she is a bit mawiwi or unwell today, but yeah, thanks.
You got the 18. It's the 18.
Sean, that's why you get muted. And from our planning team, we've also got Adam McCutcheon here who can answer any questions or clarify some things if necessary. So first up, we've got Andrew from Woolworths speaking to us. So kia ora, Andrew, you've got 5 minutes to speak to your submission.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Just briefly by way of introduction, my name's Andrew McLeod. I'm a planning consultant here on behalf of Woolworths. Probably contextually, it's important to note that Countdown have got 180 supermarkets across New Zealand and 8 in Wellington City. I'm sure you'll be broadly familiar with where those are, but I'm happy to list them if that's necessary. Woolworths have obviously made a written submission on the plan. Generally speaking, that submission is thematic, which reflects the fact that the draft plan is the first step in a longer process, and there will be further opportunities to engage and provide feedback. So it's not too detailed. There are some more specific technical matters at the back, which I'm not going to sort of emphasise too much here, but happy to discuss as needs be. So moving on to the main points. Woolworths is interested in the impact of the district plan in terms of its ability to operate or alter existing supermarkets or to establish new ones. The Woolworths supports the strategic direction of the plan of directing development into centres as part of a centres-based policy framework, but would like to see a little bit more flexibility to allow out of centre supermarkets where that's needed to support growth and service provision. In its current form, in the draft plan, there is nowhere in the city that a supermarket could establish without a resource consent, and Woolworths submits that it'd like to see that change so that this could occur in the commercial and mixed use zones, which is a broad category of zone types currently in the plan. Woolworths would also like to see some easier consenting paths in other zones, notably in the general industrial zone, in the residential zones and the special purpose and development areas. I'm happy to go into that in more detail as necessary, but just leave it there for the moment. Just on the issue of definitions, currently definitions obviously important in terms of how a plan operates, and currently supermarkets are captured by 4 different definitions in the draft plan, including a specific supermarket definition. Woolworths isn't opposed to the idea that there might be scenarios where a supermarket would be captured by a different definition. It doesn't necessarily need to be captured by the same definition all the time. You know, reflecting the fact that council has a difficult job. However, it would like to see some specific rules providing for supermarkets in the commercial and mixed use zones where the use of a supermarket specific definition sits in the rules. That would make it for a clearer consenting pathway in Woolworths' view. Woolworths has also submitted on a range of other technical matters. I touched on that at the beginning. with a view to achieving a plan that recognises the practical operational needs of supermarkets. And these specific matters relate to signage, car parking, access by car, and building placement. That's where I was intending to leave it. The submission itself is fairly thematic and punchy in its own right. So that sits there, and I thought that that might be a useful overview. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, Andrew. And I'm sure there will be lots of questions for you as well. Next, we've got Alex. Kia ora, Alex, welcome. You've got 5 minutes to share your submission with us.
Kia ora. My name is Alex Litherland. I'm a co-founder and help run Wellington's rainbow/queer cycling group, Different Spokes Pōneke. And we did a group submission that was co-opted by Rainbow Wellington, Inside Out, Cycle Wellington, and also Generation Zero, just looking at the district plan and what I suppose accommodations were made for rainbow organisations. So I'm just going to go ahead. There's probably nothing that you haven't already heard, but I'm going to read through our submission. So it could be a real opportunity to make a positive cultural shift in Pōneke for the rainbow community. The increased provision of good quality, safe housing, sufficient housing density, public spaces, and other public amenities would combat many of the challenges that the rainbow community faces. The rainbow community faces worse mental and physical health outcomes, lower financial status, as well as facing disproportionate physical violence, abuse, and discrimination versus the general New Zealand population. Most significantly, LGBTQI+ people face much higher rates of homelessness, unsafe housing, or unstable living conditions, and that's particularly true of the transgender population. The housing and rental crisis has exacerbated these challenges, whereby rainbow tenants can be discriminated against in more competitive and costly housing market. This is significantly more acute for the transgender population, as I mentioned, who experience a much higher rate of homelessness and housing stability compared to the rest of the population. So the rainbow community needs and deserves safe, secure, and connected quality housing to ensure we have a good quality of life and the ability to put down roots so that we can be part of and build a community that is meaningful and enriching to us. Given the instability of LGBTQI+ people faced due to housing, building safe, supported, connected, and long-lasting communities can only be achieved by allowing dense and diverse housing models. Housing density allows more homes, increasing the pool of available homes for LGBTQI+ people to access instead of being pushed out of the city due to high rental and housing prices. This housing densification needs to be supported by amenities to support walking catchment, which will make it easier to build communities and for those communities to access the goods and services that they need. What else did I want to say? LGBTQI+ people live in housing arrangements that don't typically reflect a nuclear family model. Therefore, greater investment in mixed modes of living, such as co-housing, solo housing, and social housing should be made. We therefore endorse the proposals in the residential strategic direction, as well as recommending greater provisions for co-housing, as these options provide the greatest diversity of housing density models. Living alone is an increasing trend for elderly queer people. Finding affordable one-bedroom rentals that are long-term tenancy occupations is especially challenging due to the current competitive rental market and minimal housing options. We support option 4 for assisted housing for this reason, as it would create the most social housing as well as mixed social housing out of the 4 options. Also encouraging a co-housing model would both give elderly queer people the privacy that they want, as well as the social cohesion that they prevent social isolation, an increasing issue for both queer people and elderly people. And I think I'll finish it there. Again, I apologize, it's nothing that you haven't already read over, but yeah, that's pretty much all we have to say. So thank you very much.
That's awesome, Alex. Thank you, and really appreciate your work pulling together the views of Rainbow and Takatapui communities. So thank you. Now moving on to Dave. Kia ora, Dave. You've got 5 minutes to speak to your submission. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to talk. I live in Mount Cook. I'm a member of the Mount Cook Mobilised Residents Group. and also have been partly associated with the Live Wellington group that is working on first the spatial plan and now the draft district plan. However, what I'm going to say is purely my own views, and it relates to my own personal submission. I think the draft plan is characterized by a stunning lack of consideration of neighbours and existing local communities. There's a complete absence of opportunity for them to engage in planning, in the development of their neighbourhoods. In fact, when I read the plan, it reads to me as if it's designed for a situation where there's no existing housing or community at all. We sometimes get high-level general statements from both central and local government about the importance of community involvement, but the plan and the way it'll operate doesn't really allow any effective practical opportunity for that involvement. And the repeated exclusion of public and sometimes even limited notification in the plan's rules simply reinforces that omission. This operating model will create real potential for the development of anger and resentment in local communities when new housing developments start to emerge. And that resentment will be directed to the developers and to the people who come and live in that new housing. The plan also establishes a regime that lacks transparency about the decisions that are made under it. And that creates an environment where deals and backroom arrangements and corruption can emerge. Councillors should not be approving a system that creates an environment like that. One reason for these problems is the poor structure of the draft plan. In effect, it leaps straight from high level across the board policies to very detailed rules for decisions about individual sites and buildings. There are no formal or effective intermediate level provisions to achieve planning and decision making at the level of smaller neighbourhood areas. These provisions should be included, and they should require the application of good urban design principles and the involvement of the local community in those decisions. If the plan was structured in 3 tiers like that, instead of just in 2 tiers, several problems would be solved. The structure would allow a sense of prioritization to be developed. So for example, that the larger brownfield sites in or near the CBD could be planned for early development of new high and medium density housing, and that those plans could incorporate appropriate urban planning and local involvement in the decision-making for those areas. It would provide a real opportunity for proper community input. It would introduce a sense of inclusion and transparency so that the risks of backroom deals and so on that I mentioned earlier are mitigated. And it would reduce the prospect of disruption and resentment in existing local communities. In my submission, I also had a number of specific suggestions about the details of the plan. A lot of them, I imagine, are similar to those and others, so I won't repeat them now. But I would highlight, though, that I have previously mentioned, and many others have as well, 3 specific small areas of real character that should be added to the proposed character precinct areas in Mount Cook. And those are the villas in Myrtle Crescent, the row of workers' cottages on the north side of Rolleston Street, and the upper part of Hargreaves Street. And I just emphasize that those areas are wonderful and they really should be added in to the scope of the precincts. Thank you very much. That's all I want to say now.
Cool. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate your submission. Thanks for your work. Next, we've got Joy. Kia ora, Joy. You've got about 5 minutes to speak to your submission.
Thank you. And I doubt that I will take 5 minutes. I'm Joy Durant. I'm a financial advisor and I'm chair of Rockhaven Apartments in Oriental Bay. I felt it was important to make a submission, which is my own personal one, although in discussing this with Rockhaven residents, there is a sense that they're in general agreement. My major concerns relate to, whilst I think it is a great idea and we do not want huge sprawl, I'm worried about reported to me by people I know who work in the area, a lack of sunlight and sunshine, which may result in some areas because of intensification. I personally have also lived in Mount Cook, which is a very special area, and I've had an office in Mount Victoria, and those are areas that are quite special and unique. So I'm concerned about impact on some of those older, what I would call heritage type properties. And as Dave has spoken to, the ability to consult and get local communities on board and having input. So that was really my major concerns. Yeah.
Thank you, Joy. It was under a minute, very succinct. Thank you for that. And we may have some questions to just ask some more details about your submission. So thank you for joining us. So now I've got questions. So I've got a question from Councillor Matthews.
I behaved myself and put my hand up this time, Madam Chair. My question is for Dave, because I guess, you know, there has been some resistance to this kind of concept of neighbourhood planning, you know, that local current residents, you know, had to play a more active role. And partly, you know, my concerns have been raised by the experience in Seattle, where they've actually rolled back those kind of provisions because they found that those processes overwhelmingly favoured older, wealthier, white homeowners, and that actually they led to less housing development and more expensive properties, and favoured single unit dwellings. So, you know, so I have those concerns. So what would you say about that, Dave? Because, you know, I also had, you know, that kind of idea that there would be antipathy towards new residents as a result of new housing was, you know, it's nobody wants it.
Yeah. No, I understand that. Where I live, we've got 8 properties neighbouring our place, and about half of them are owner occupied and half are tenanted. So we get a real mix of neighbours, and we actually all get on pretty well. But the point I'm really making is that there should be something on a larger scale than the individual property level. That, and I use the example of the brownfield sites that where the scope for example, the provision of a small green area as part of a development in one of those sites that might not exist elsewhere. And in those sort of situations, it seems to me there's real scope for involvement, and that involvement can include people who may be tenants, who may be owner occupiers, can include social housing tenants as well. And I live right next door to the new housing, Kaingaora housing development in Mount Cook. So we're sort of fairly involved with quite a wide range of the community, and it's not actually that difficult. People do get quite interested. I don't think in practice the older folk like myself who happen to own property will really overwhelm anybody. The experience I've had is that people all listen to each other quite effectively, and you can get some really good outcomes out of that sort of interaction. Sometimes you might need a bit of mediation, but on the whole, it works pretty well. And my experience is that people will listen as well as put forward their own views.
Cool, thank you. And next we've got Councillor Foon.
My question is for Andrew McLeod from Countdown. I just was wondering about Countdown's presence, and I didn't write down how many Countdowns are there in New Zealand already?
180.
180. Okay. So I guess, is there a growth plan / strategy for Countdown to spread out into communities throughout New Zealand?
I can't speak knowledgeably to that. I'm a planning consultant who's really focused on this. But certainly they are establishing new stores around New Zealand, and it's in the submission itself that they're certainly interested in looking for further opportunities in Wellington City as well.
Well, thanks. And so is this something that Countdown is doing, also going through the district plans all over New Zealand? And
yeah, it takes an interest in district plans right around the country.
Okay, that's interesting. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fern. I just had a follow-on question from that, Andrew. How often do Woolworths oppose other supermarkets' resource consents to open up new supermarkets? Does it happen often?
It's pretty difficult to do that now. A number of years ago, there was some legislation that was passed to prevent what they used to call trade competitive submissions. So without commenting on the motivations of individual retailers, it means that any opposition has to be based around an issue of resource management merit. Yeah.
Cool. No, that is very helpful. Thank you. Next, Councillor Rush.
Dave, twice you mentioned backroom deals. I'm just interested to understand, what did you mean by that?
Okay, well, it gets into difficult territory, obviously, but my experience, and I've had a fair bit in this sort of area, is that when you get a situation where decisions are not open to public view, in other words, you have a fairly open and transparent system of decision making that allows for participation by clients or customers, or in this case, people who may be affected by the provisions in a district plan, that things start to go backwards into dark recesses and nobody knows what's really going on there. Now, I'm not saying there is any corruption or anything like that. I'm just saying what it seems to me is that the council is doing in this district plan, and it's there in the existing one to some degree, but I think more so in the new one, that you're creating an environment within which those practices can develop. And I've done work for Transparency International as well as local organizations in central government. And it really is not something that I would want to see develop in New Zealand. And in this case, I think prevention is much better than trying to fix things after it starts to happen. So I really would urge councillors to think about that dimension as they're looking at the structure and the approach taken in the district plan.
So these are backroom deals that could happen in the future?
That's right. I have no knowledge whether there have been any in the past, and obviously, if I did, wouldn't be talking about them here. So,
well, good. Councillor Fern, you've got a question. I've got another one for Alex. We've got time.
Got a chair? Is that okay?
It's okay.
Alex, this is a question for you. One of our city strategies is to be more inclusive, and you've, I guess, outlined how you see that we could do that. But do you have some good overseas examples, maybe, of what you are seeing cities design inclusivity into the urban form?
Absolutely. So in our submission, I'll just pull it up. And I mean, this is all there for your reference as well. So there was a report that was commissioned by the Arab consultancy firm in collaboration with the University of Westminster, specifically called Queering Public Space. And it draws on specific examples and what impact that's had on the rainbow community's well-being, on housing, on a whole bunch of different factors regarding urbanism that planners can take into consideration. I don't know if that's too general for you, but yeah. You still there?
Yeah, I'll look into that. Thanks, Alex. That's really useful. Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, there's some other ones. There's the Neighborhood Foundation, which refers to I suppose like different gay districts around the world, like particularly in San Francisco and in the UK as examples. But the Queering Public Space report by the Arab consultancy firm, that's the go-to in my opinion, because it was a really big report that a lot of major cities around the world use when they're making provisions for public space.
That's awesome. Thanks, Alex. We'll make sure to get a copy of that report. And I think Councillor Rush has got a question for you as well.
Sure, shoot.
Oh, I was going to switch to Joy, but okay. So
and then Joy, yeah.
Yeah. So what is it that you want out of this district plan, I suppose, Alex? Because is it really the high density, the smaller capacity? So my sister's just bought a place in Melbourne with her wife, if you like, and you know, her needs are the same as any other couples without kids, I suppose. Just smaller places, although they had a bigger place that my dad helped. You know, anyway, I'm just interested, and you just talk me through, remind me about the co-housing structure. Sure. I know I've been told about it before, but if you can refresh my memory, it'd be great.
Sure. Well, so this is just factual, this is statistics that rainbow people, and particularly the transgender community, faces adversity on every other metric that the heterosexual community faces, and particularly with housing. So a third of the homeless population is transgender. So therefore it's not saying to make special provisions for the rainbow community, but it's definitely a consideration of why you would want greater density of housing, because do you want more people to be homeless, and like particularly if they're
I get you.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Yeah.
More stock, more affordability.
Yep, all that stuff.
Yeah, perfect, thanks.
Cool.
Do I have time for Joy?
Yeah, and we'll definitely forward you that Queering the Public Space report, Sean, so you can dig into that as well.
Beautiful. Joy, you mentioned not wanting urban sprawl, which is a bit of an emotive term. Do you think that Wellington is in danger of urban sprawl?
I just wouldn't want to see people having to move out quite long distances, by which I would mean, you know, say an hour's travel, firstly to be affordable, which is unfortunate because there's a lot of infrastructure in the city which supports people living in the city. And I think the issue about single households is very, very valid. And the statistics support that. There's many one-person households now, and that's probably going to grow. And as we get older, that's potentially going to become more of an issue. So I would prefer to see the compact community in Wellington, definitely. And but I don't want to see nice gentrified houses in Mount Victoria, for example, and not an ability to add other housing, as long as we can protect sunlight corridors, light corridors, and privacy. And that's really my concern. If we suddenly have a lot of density and then we cut out sunshine and light, that's pretty serious for people. Because nobody wants to live in suddenly as a dark house because something got built next door and it's taking out all the western sun or whatever.
Yeah, fair enough. Do I have time for another one, Councillor?
I think Alex just wanted to maybe add a point in, and then you can have a go afterwards, Sean, Councillor Rush.
Sure. So this is for Joy. I take your point on having access to sunlight. We all want it, but would you? How do I put this? Is access to sunlight more important than access to safe housing?
I think that's very hard to prioritise. All I would say is that it is scientifically known that sunlight and sunshine is good for us. And I'm sure you know about things like people that live in Alaska that don't get any sunshine for months. You know, this is not good for human health.
Well, I guess to add to my point, if there was, say, like a residential association that was, you know, kicking off about a particular development that was like low-rise dense housing, and that there was some point made about sunlight, even though that was going to house a lot of people, and like particularly low socioeconomic people that wouldn't normally be able to afford housing, would prioritizing sunlight still be on the kind of like the top of your agenda, if that kind of makes sense?
Well, I think
because that's my only worry, is that
yes,
that, you know, like, we're in a housing crisis. It's incredibly unaffordable to be able to afford property, let alone rent. And if there's like a lot of people that are in the fortunate circumstance of being able to own their own property, that when we're trying to fix this thing by having more density housing, being like, hang on, no thanks, we want access to our sunlight, can you go away, please, thank you. Like, what kind of precedent that sets?
Yes, I see what you're saying, and I don't like to use this word. I would hope that there might be a compromise in there somewhere. So, for example, if you've got higher density, that you can have some corridors that take account of that, and it might not be perfect, but better than nothing.
Yeah, like a balance kind of.
Yes, yeah.
Gotcha. Cool.
And green space so that people can go out and get their sunlight.
I think that's
as well.
That's a perfect suggestion. And you know, personally, I don't think Wellington is a green enough city myself. I mean, we've got the town belt real handy, but I would like to see more rooftops planted, ours included, you know, and even down buildings like they do in Melbourne and Sydney and places, you know, would be a wonderful addition to our space.
Yeah, and those are things that we can explore through the district plan as well, and how do we make that easier, and given there's so many co-benefits of sunlight and collecting stormwater and looking beautiful and all of those really good things as well. So thanks for that. Councillor Rush, did you have another question?
I was going to ask Dave, and it's a bit of a curly one for you, but I'm going to ask it anyway because it came up in the debate on the district plan. So I live in Roseneath, and my stomping grounds, Hataitai. They're pretty long-standing suburbs, which have over time changed considerably from the classic colonial homes of the late 1800s, and now you've got a mix of high density and apartments. Some you know. Anyway, they're still beautiful suburbs though. So I'm just sort of wondering. I mean, aren't some of your complaints just part of the evolution of a city, you know, and we do need to sort of move on and part company with some of these older buildings?
Yeah, sure. No, I accept that. But I think the moving on should be done well. And it's not hard to have more density in the inner city suburbs and still do it well. I mean, you could have superb terrace housing, for example, if you develop larger blocks rather than putting a 6-story block on a single property. You know, a bit of imagination, I think we could almost have our cake and eat it too. I mean, I certainly accept we need more density for all the reasons that sit behind the district plan. But I don't think the plan is leading to a situation where it will really drive good development as distinct from any development.
Yeah. Thanks, Dave. Need builders. We need builders with money.
I'll just throw this out there to anyone, but I think like we understand that this is a really tricky situation that we're in, where we desperately need to house people. And then there are, how do we do that? Density done well. So I guess I just want to ask any of the submitters if they've been able to look at the design guides, and just give us any feedback on what we're trying to do to guide developers into good design and good developments, because that's the place where we can manipulate.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
I can't say I've looked at the design guides at all, but my sense is that I don't know how they become effective. The words are probably nice, but what happens in practice? How do you translate a design guide into a rule or a standard? That's what I don't see. And if the higher level policies that are in the district plan were quite explicit in saying how we're going to achieve this is by rule number such and standards number so and so, then I'd be much happier, because then there would be something specific that would actually make it happen. I just doubt that things will happen. For example, we've planted a lot of native trees on our property in the time we've been here, and they're getting quite well established. We're lucky to have quite a lot of land relative to most places around here. There's a good policy, and I think it's in policy number 10 in the MRZ section, which says native trees should be protected. There is absolutely nothing in the standards and rules that will achieve that. It's that gap between the high level design guides or policies and what's actually down there in the nitty gritty that I think is lacking. That's my view.
And I think Adam was just going to respond to some things raised in what you're saying, Dave.
Yes, so the design guides are a really integral part of the draft and will be a really integral part of the proposed district plan. So when they're triggered is when resource consent is needed for building a building. So for example, in our residential areas, that's been a multi-unit development of 4 or more units is proposed. So they're part of the rule framework. When a resource consent comes in for that multi-unit development, it will be assessed against the policy direction in the district plan about how it contributes to an evolving and more intensive Wellington city. And it must also demonstrate that it fulfills the intent of the design guides. So the design guides are used in that one-to-one conversation through the resource consent process between our urban designers and an applicant. So they will consider things like the relationship of a new development to the street, how it considers the context where it's located, and what that context will be in the future. Whether vegetation that's currently on site is being retained, or if new vegetation is being incorporated into that development to help soften it in a more intensive context. So there's a lot in the design guides that they've been part of our plan for over 20 years now, and we see them as a really key part in ensuring we get quality design outcomes and city well in the future.
Yeah.
Adam, can I just comment on that? I mean, you started, and I appreciate what you said, but you started by saying when a resource consent is needed, the design guides are triggered. What about all the times when the resource consent is not needed? What impact do they have then?
So in the context, for example, where somebody is building 3 units of up to 11 metres on their residentially zoned site, which is now permitted under legislation, the design guides can't be considered because a resource consent is not needed. But they do form a useful sounding board for builders and developers and homeowners when they are proposing those developments. So they will have, they will be a useful information source, but the council does not have any ability to require a resource consent for that development. In the same way that right now, 2 units can be built on a house without, built on a site, pardon me, without the need for a resource consent.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we'll just go to Alex. Yeah.
I'll
Thanks, Adam.
and maybe also direct this towards Adam as well, because I've been over the design guides, but I'm probably not as familiar with them as you are or any of the other councillors here. And it's to do with I went for drinks with a friend last night who was part of the co-housing development in Mount Cook that maybe some of you are familiar with. It was pretty big news, like it got in stuff. And anyway, the whole thing after 3 years has fallen over. And that's largely because of the doubling of building costs. That for something that had such a, I suppose, like a good, like it was really ambitious and it was a really wonderful vision for the whole thing to fall over, for everybody put all their money into it, and then nothing to come of it is really disheartening. So I'm wondering, in the design guides, is there, I guess, like provision for like co-housing developments? Because even though we all like housing density is kind of what is wanted to be able to house more people in Wellington, I don't know that developers are going to make the provisions for community cohesiveness within the housing or the development block, which co-housing, that is the goal. Like, you build with people that you want to live with, and that you are creating like a really good neighborhood feeling. So I'm just wondering if the design guides make provision for that, or if there's scope to do that. Yeah, just thought I'd throw that out there.
Yeah,
I can respond to that if you'd like. So the whole district plan is supportive of co-housing as a form of development, as a form of housing. So it would benefit from the same extra height limits, development standards that any other apartment or multi-unit development would. Of course, you know, one of the key differences with co-housing is its funding and financing arrangements, right? The district plan, in terms of some of the things that may have tripped up co-housing in the past, like the provision of open space, now allows open space to be communally provided. So nobody has to each have a balcony for every single unit. That open space can be shared in a communal sense and grouped together, and it also can be provided at a lower ratio, so it's more cost effective overall. So it's things like that and the design guides that show here's a good place to position that open space, so it is accessible to all of the units within that co-housing development. Support and provide that extra ability for it to be considered through the resource consent process. But in terms of the framework of the plan, it would require resource consent like any other apartment building would do, or multi-unit development, to ensure that it is a good design and relates to it.
Thanks, Adam. And Joy, yep, of course.
I'm just thinking, you know, I think it's a bit unfortunate that the council hasn't got more teeth in that area, and maybe that's not practical. But like one of the other locations that I also live in, the council is, you know, you've got to be very clear about what colour you're using and the design and all of that. And if it doesn't fit, it's not happening. And that's constructive. So that was really all I wanted to comment. So perhaps there's a way for the council to have a little bit more teeth on the design end, because I mean, I think, and perhaps I'm being a bit cynical, but I think if some developers can put up something that's more cheaper and cheerful, if I can put it that way, then what's the worry about the design guide, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. Thanks, Joy. So did anyone have any last questions, or is that us? Because I think we need to join the main room shortly. So I just want to say, Andrew, did you want to add something in?
No, it's just unmuting so I could thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Andrew, Joy, Alex, and Dave for joining us today and speaking to us. It's been really helpful, really valuable, and we really appreciate the time and thought that you've put into your submission. So thank you so much. And I'm sure we'll hear from you again soon. And for other councillors, we are joining back into the main Zoom room so we can thank all the submitters for their mahi, for their work, and wrap up the forums for the day. So thank you, everyone. Thanks so much, Emily, as well, for all of your support, and I hope you have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Well cheered, Tam. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, awesome work, Tam. Thanks, everyone.
It was okay. Muted me a few times.
Mm.